We only have Art on the line. Yeah. Hey, Art.
Hey, guys.
Welcome, everyone. Tonight's special meeting, we're going to be doing the 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock session as the, what do we call it? The training session for land use in the state of Connecticut. Ira and Pete are here to guide us through that. And then we'll jump into our regular meeting, which was supposed to happen last night, but because of the caucus, we pushed it to tonight. So 7 o'clock will be the regularly scheduled monthly meeting. Ira, Pete?
Sure.
Should we take attendance first?
Sure. Yeah. Let me just get my list. Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen,
Here.
Dick Ward is not here. Turner is not. John Chris,
Here.
Art Casavant,
Here.
Chris Herring. John Engel's here. John Engel,
Yes.
Yep.
Here.
Paul Knag,
Here.
Alan Swerdlow.
Here.
And Tom Benton, who's not here. Okay. So we're missing 3.
Four.
All right, 4.
I have Kent,
Oh, Kent.
Dick,
Yeah, yeah.
and Chris Herring, and Tom Benton.
Yep.
Does that mean there's 2 of us are, the 2 alternates are seated?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're gonna have to seat at least one of you for a quorum when the meeting kicks in. Both of you we can probably seat both, right?
Yeah. if
Yeah.
you wanna-
Yeah, we'll probably seat both of you if they don't show up. Okay, Ira, Pete?
Well, I'll start. Good evening. Nice to be with you. So we provided really 2 outlines. One is a basic
There's Tom.
outline for planning and zoning commissioners as well as CBA members. And we're going to focus on that. Really, I guess, just for your reference, there was a second outline that I borrowed from another one of our partners, Nick Bamonte, on FOIA, Freedom of Information, and it's probably more than we'll have time for tonight, and some of it is very technical, but and Nick Bamonte is the one who knows this inside and out. But if you want to get to some of that, dealing with remote meetings, et cetera, it's covered in that. A lot of it has to do with timing and notice and all that details that we can probably defer to a different discussion, or you could just read it. So we're going to focus on really the planning and zoning topics, but we were given just a little bit of a heads up here from Krista and Sarah that we should focus maybe first on conflicts, bias, and predetermination. And maybe we'll start with those topics because they probably are the most important. And some of this we can either loop back to if we have enough time, or you can look at it at your leisure. And I will say that we are available here for questions. Beyond tonight, we're available for questions. So if you do have concerns or questions, you could probably channel them through Sarah, and then we're happy to answer them. So if we don't cover something that you have on your mind, just get back to us. So we'll start with conflict of interest. I think, this is small enough. We can keep this pretty informal, I think. So we'll start with that. And I'll just start by saying, some of the conflict of interest law is black and white, but a lot of it is gray. And so we'll discuss that and try to give you some examples to offer some guidance. There are a couple of statutes that do apply here. Connecticut General Statutes 8-11 and 8-21. There's a similar statute for wetlands commissions. And there's kind of an all-purpose statute that's 7-148. Basically, a member of this commission cannot appear before this commission or any land use commission representing someone else. And so that may seem obvious, maybe it's not obvious, but statutorily you can't do that. So that's the black and white part of this. You can't go representing another client if that's what you do professionally.
Can you
before another-
represent yourself? Like if your own house?
Yeah, I was going to get to that.
Sorry.
You do have a right to represent yourself. And you can protect your own property rights. And you have a right also to object to something if it's, say, your neighbor doing something and you want to appear. But, you know, my observation and experience is that still creates at least an awkward situation, if not sometimes the appearance of conflict in some people's minds. You can do it, but I think you do have to be careful. And when it's come up in my legal lifetime, I've said, you know, for instance, well, can you have your spouse do it? Or, you know, maybe you'll have a lawyer, so there's at least a buffer there, or your lawyer, or your architect represent you instead of you actually appearing there. Or if it's kind of a neighborhood thing and all the neighbors are upset, well, maybe let one of your other neighbors raise the objection instead of you appearing. Anything to sort of create just a little bit of distance, because some people will think that the commission would be biased. You know, if you stand up, Krista, and oppose something, you know, you might carry more weight than someone else from the public.
But your law partner can handle a matter before the commission, is that right?
If it's your property and
No, I'm talking about if you said that you couldn't represent a client before the commission, but that doesn't prevent your law firm or one of your partners from doing that.
Mr. Knag's an attorney.
Yeah, but
yeah.
not
Oh.
necessarily, but you would have to recuse yourself.
Of course.
But in terms of that, it's you as a member of the commission that limitation
Okay,
applies to.
yeah, that's right. I misunderstood. Right. Yeah. And then you would recuse yourself. I think that's the simple answer on that. But if it's your own property interest, basically you are allowed to, you know, protect your own property interest. But what I'm suggesting is kind of just like maybe a practical way to just create a little distance if somebody else can do it, as opposed to, you know, a member of this commission actually standing up. But it's allowed.
And by
Well,
the way, if your spouse is the legal owner of the property, for example, and you're not on title, you still cannot appear on behalf of your spouse in front of a board or commission. So it's even though it's not in your name, that
There's a very classic case that just reminds me that we used to hear in these seminars in the late 1940s, and it escapes me. Maybe you'll remember it, but there was I think it was a husband who was on a planning and zoning commission, and his wife appeared before the commission for their own property, and the husband didn't think of recusing himself. And so that was struck down. So that sort of like when we talk about any of these conflict cases, that's always the first case that comes up if you go back far enough to the late 1940s. Seems pretty obvious, I think, now that you shouldn't do that.
that was your case, wasn't it?
That was my case. Yeah.
So
I wasn't around.
a situation I've run into recently. I mean, for the 12, 13 years that I've been on this commission, I have not presented, I've recused myself from my own, as an architect doing projects in town. I've recused myself from presenting any projects to recuse myself from hearing the application on P and Z, but also presenting them to P and Z. But up until this year, I've always been able to present before CBA since I'm not on that commission. And I think, I don't know if it was you, Peter, with you, Ira, we went back and forth on this. And in the state statute, and I sent you the email with the excerpt, in like the first paragraph of the statute, it says that, and I'm paraphrasing, but that as a member of any town body, you can't make a presentation to another town body. But in the very next paragraph, it contradicts itself and says the opposite. So which is it? Because up until this year, based on an understanding, I believe I had a conversation with you, Ira, or someone years ago, 10 years ago, because I've been before ZBA probably half a dozen times in 10 years, and it's never been an issue.
Yeah, the general rule is that you are not supposed to appear before another land use body representing anybody. If you're on the Planning and Zoning Commission, or if you're on the Zoning Board of Appeals, you shouldn't be coming in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission representing somebody.
Okay.
So you could do your own application. You know, if you needed a variance, you can go to the ZBA.
Right,
For your own house.
right.
That's
Right,
I mean.
that's what
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Sure.
But
But
you're talking about representing clients.
Representing clients,
Yeah,
How do you handle that, Dan? Do you have an attorney handle it for you?
either an attorney or have the client make the submission or the presentation.
I think it is a problem.
But the language within the statute itself contradicts itself on that.
you're talking about 8-11
Mhm.
or
Mhm.
8-11 is zoning, 8-21 is planning.
I believe it was 8-11 when I
11,
looked it
it
up.
would probably, it'd be probably 8-11, but they're very similar. They're,
Yep.
they're basically the same language. I don't, to me, and I don't have the statute sitting right in front of me right now, but I don't think there's at least my way of thinking, it's clear that as a land use member, you can't appear before any land use body representing a third person.
Okay.
And I think that's what all three of those statutes, including 22A42, that applies to wetland agencies. So
Let's say you're an officer of a body corporate. Okay, senior officer, it could be a charity or something else, and they're applying for something. You are sort of the lead person or a senior person. And are you prohibited from presenting in that case?
as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, yes.
In other words, yeah, in other
Yeah.
words, there's a zoning or a ZBA or a wetlands issue. Those are
Right.
only three that count. And there's this entity of which you're a senior officer is making some applications, so you would not be able to
To
present.
make the presentation.
No,
And
You can only do it if I own the property.
Well, if you're
You're a fee
applying
simple
for your
owner.
own
well, it's your own
property,
property, but if you're affiliated with the company, whether high level or low level, I think the answer is no. You really have to have someone else make the application, and then you would recuse yourself from sitting on that.
So you have to be a fee simple owner of real property in order to represent yourself, is what I'm hearing.
Well.
I
No,
mean-
I don't know that the cases say fee simple. You have a right
Detail.
to, you have certain property rights. I think it flows more from that. So if it's your own home. And you have, something you need to protect or do, you have a right to come before your own board and do that, but not for some, business related, financial related type thing. If you're part of that entity.
So to be a property, you have to be a property owner. It has to be a residence you use. That's it. The only thing that counts.
no, not necessarily.
Let's say
It's
you
your
own,
property that you don't live in, you just, in
Rent.
other words,
It's a
if you
rental
have the
investment.
interest, if it's your interest that's being affected by a decision of the zoning, of planning and zoning or the ZBA or whomever, and it's your property interest that's being affected, you have a right to appear, obviously recuse yourself and have a right to appear to protect that interest. So it doesn't matter if you live there, it's a property interest that we're talking about. So you could even be a tenant of a piece of property if that application had a direct impact on you as the tenant. You could have a life interest. There's all kinds of property interests other than ownership or fee simple even, but the point is that you have a right as someone with a property interest to
Protect
protect
it.
it.
okay, let's say you properly recused yourself from some action and you still want to comment. So I assume one can present as a citizen.
No, that gets tricky.
I mean,
I'm wondering, do you give up your rights as a citizen?
If you have, you give up your rights, you give up some of your rights as a citizen just by being on. the
Just
board.
asking, I don't want to.
Yeah, just by being on the board. So if you are recusing yourself from something, it means you're not participating in any capacity.
Okay, so as a for instance, someone, you're within the notice geography of something, some application, and you have comments on this of some sort. I'm not gonna say what kind, but you have a comment. You can't comment on that at all.
if you've recused yourself,
Yeah.
then no, you can't.
You know, you could talk to the architect, you could talk to the neighbor, you could talk to them directly if you wanted to.
Sure. You've recused yourself, so yes.
Then you can exercise your rights as a citizen.
Right.
Okay.
And by the way, when you recuse yourself, you should not, you shouldn't be sitting up here.
You should sit over there. I've
Yeah,
been
I mean-
told, I mean, when this is a board issue. That if you accused yourself from something, you shouldn't even be in the room. The idea is you kind of wave at someone or say, you know,
Well,
get some hand signals, facial expression that may sway people, and you shouldn't even be in the room. They come
It's a good
bring you
idea.
in from the
that's true.
coffee
I
room.
mean, we, historically, that's what we said when we always sat in the room to do everything, you know, with remote meetings might be a little different, but there's probably comparable ways to do that. But yeah, if you're recusing yourself, we have historically said you should not be in the room, depending on the size of the room. Now, I mean, you want to sit in that corner, I guess that's okay. There is the risk of, hand signals or making faces. And, if you sat right here and made a bunch of faces or shook your head or whatever, then that would be improper. So historically, we have said, if you're going to recuse yourself, you probably should leave the room. That's the best way to look at it. I mean, a lot of this, that's why I say there's a lot of gray here. Some of it is easy, but you folks know the easy stuff. You're asking all the nuanced questions. A lot of it,
Been leaving the room.
just like finish the
So-
thought. I mean, a lot of it is the appearance of improprieties, which is just as important legally as an actual.
If you actually leave the room, one problem is then someone has to know that they need to go get you when the matter is concluded,
Someone will have to go. get
which
it.
is not something we've done, but I guess that could be done.
It could be done.
Yeah, no, I've seen that a million times, I mean, someone will say,
It's easy enough.
can you go outside and
Yeah.
get, bring Dan back in here or somebody, that's normally not such an issue. Well, I mean, the issue is improper influence or the appearance of improper influence. Even if it doesn't actually exist, the appearance of conflict is just as important under the law. And so that's why if you ask us, and you can ask us, and we can give you an opinion, we can't force anybody off the panel. Nobody can force someone off the panel.
Suppose you're on Zoom and you're accusing yourself.
What I've seen, and I think it's probably the best thing, is you turn off your camera and you turn off your sound.
You can keep,
You can listen as a
Oh, you
public
can watch,
thing.
yeah.
Just
You
turn the
can watch.
mic off.
Well, turn the mic off, but that raises the possibility that you'll start shaking your head, nodding your head.
Turn the
making
mic and the camera off. You can still listen. I mean, it's a
You can listen.
public,
Well,
it's a
that's what I
public
said.
event. Anyone can listen.
Right, well, I think that's what I just said. So you can certainly listen. But that's the electronic equivalent, I think, of leaving the room. The problem with what I started to say is that we can't force anybody off. Nobody can be voted off. It's an individual decision. But if you make the wrong call, then you jeopardize the work of the commission. And unfortunately, we've had not a lot, but a few of those cases over the years where somebody just didn't listen and there was an allegation of some sort of impropriety. And, everything you've done could be overturned.
So just to drive that point home, somebody could appeal the commission's decision because of either an actual conflict or appearance of a conflict on the commission.
That's right.
Yeah.
Generally, if someone's going to make that claim in an appeal, they should raise it at the hearing. But if it's,
Even better at the beginning.
yeah, but if it's so obvious, I mean, it can be raised for the first time on appeal, but generally speaking, it has to be brought to the attention of the commission or the person who has the alleged conflict, that they should recuse themselves during the hearing. And then that protects, if you're a person who's going to take an appeal, that protects your record. But
We do get a lot of these calls. So, feel free. It's always best to go through the chair, but feel free to reach out and we'll give you our opinion. And that's what it is, an opinion.
And we, as attorneys, are representing the commission, are probably going to be conservative. We're gonna suggest in a lot of cases, obviously, there are gonna be exceptions that if, when you're in doubt, if you think there's an issue here, recuse yourself.
When in doubt, sit it out.
Yeah. I mean,
To this extent, you mentioned the ZBA and this board, but when I think back to the library, for example, the town council and the board of selectmen had a lot to say.
yes, but it doesn't apply to them. It applies to land use bodies doing it. In other words, you as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission can't appear before another land use body representing somebody. But there's no prohibition against members of the
Legislative body.
coming.
They're legislators and they have more leeway to say what they want.
So the town council isn't considered a board or a commission in this,
No.
in the eyes of the law.
Not a
So they
land
have a
use
lot more
board or commission.
leeway to
Not,
negotiate.
it's not a land use
Not a
board.
land use board.
Yeah, it's an
But
agency.
they have the abilities to purchase and wheel and deal in town properties, don't they?
They do, but approve contracts and things, but they're not a land use body. They don't render approvals or review applications for zoning approvals. So it applies to land
But
use.
they do
bodies.
sell town properties.
Land use, not land disposition. There's a difference. Land use body is a body that regulates the use of land.
So they could agree to sell parking lot, but they couldn't tell what that parking lot's gonna be done with.
Well, they don't have the authority to do that at any rate. So
Okay.
How about inland wetland or conservation commission?
Same.
Also land use?
yes,
Same as
same
You folks.
rules apply.
And who else am I missing?
No,
CBA.
ZBA,
That's it, those
wetlands,
three.
planning and zoning. Yep.
So in terms of gauging our requirement for recusal, when an applicant is before us, many times it's either just a single applicant representing themselves on a residential application or larger 830G applications, for example, larger commercial applications with a team of people. And I'll use myself as an example. As an architect, I know a lot of those people. I work with a lot of those people on other projects. At what point do I make that call that I need to recuse myself because I know someone?
That gets very tricky. That was kind of the next area I was going to cover, in a slightly different factual scenario, but we look for personal or financial interests.
Mhm.
And those are sometimes difficult to measure.
Mhm.
So, I mean, just some basics, some of it's obvious. If it's your brother-in-law standing there, then you should recuse yourself. Another level is, what about if it's somebody at the New Canaan Country Club that well, what are the facts? If you say to me, well, we have a foursome every Saturday morning and we've been doing that for 8 years, you need to recuse yourself. That's too much of a personal relationship. If you say, well, I just know him from the club, I see him once in the summer or whatever, probably not, in my opinion. So there is some sort of a spectrum here and there's no easy answer to it with those kinds of situations.
And Dan, with respect to, people from the profession, if one of the architects who is on a team
Mhm.
refers business to you on a regular basis,
Yeah, of
it's
course.
pretty
Yeah.
obvious. If you know them because you're in the same field, you're going to have architects appear before you on a lot of applications.
course, yeah.
So, you have to gauge on an individual basis the nature of the relationship that exists between you and maybe a professional.
Mhm.
One thing that is clear, if you are represented currently by a lawyer who comes and makes a presentation, you have to recuse yourself if he's your lawyer.
Mhm.
Or she,
Except we
or she.
were talking about if it's a lawyer that did your estate planning 8 years
Yeah,
ago,
Right, that's different.
it might be a little different. So, the facts have to be discussed. Is there a personal relationship? Is there a financial relationship? That's what you have to measure. The safe thing, I think, is if it's questionable, recuse yourself, because you do have good alternates. And it'll go, you know, the hearing will go on, and you won't put the commission at risk after all that work, and you go to court and someone raises this issue and says challenges the decision. You find out a year and a half later that, you know, you made the wrong call.
The people who are excluded are people who are on land use commissions. Per the definition of that term, land use commission, it's planning and zoning commission, ZBA, conservation commission, and inland wetlands. Those are the four.
Correct,
Others don't count.
right.
Whether they should or shouldn't is a different
Well,
conversation.
No, because that's always advisory.
Advisory, yeah.
So those four. So here's an example. I'm chairman of the Plan and Conservation Development Subcommittee. We'd have open hearings, and some of them, I think the Conservation Commission and others are going to be interested in saying something. I would assume that's going to happen. So if a member of the Conservation Commission says, Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak, I have to say, sir, state law prohibits you from speaking.
No,
I don't.
no,
Okay.
because the POCD committee is not making land use decisions in the sense of
Okay.
dealing with an application from somebody.
So we don't fall into this at
No,
all.
that committee does
Got
not
it.
fall into.
Got it. Good. Okay. Asked and answered.
So, I mean, there's a whole range of possible conflicts, different relationships, and in most smaller towns, it's going to come up. You probably know a lot of the people who show up here personally, maybe, or you've heard of them, or you've met them, or whatever, and so, you know, you can, you know, you can't recuse yourself on everything, or you shouldn't serve. So you have to look at it individually and try to apply these criteria, but err on the side of being cautious and recusing yourself, and keeping in mind the appearance of impropriety. If people have seen you, you know, playing golf regularly with the person, then that could come up as an issue too. Even if you think maybe it's not a conflict, if it looks like it might be a conflict, the best thing is to recuse yourself.
And there are a lot of organizations in town, large ones, the library, for just throw out. If you're an active donor or something to the library, I mean, that's kind of done at this point, not quite, but you know, that's something where you would recuse yourself because you have, it's less of a financial interest, but you have a personal interest because you've provided funds to that organization to do what it is they're trying to do. That's just, I'm not, you know, I'm just picking one that's pretty obvious here. So you would need to step aside from that simply because of the personal interest you have in the outcome.
Define active donor. So for example, we had St. Aloysius Church here. Okay. Many people are affiliated with this house of worship. Okay. We were told, apparently on the advice of you guys, that if you are a parishioner and drop cash in the plate on a regular basis, that's okay. You can sit and decide. If you donated specifically for their building, which is the thing they were here for, then you can't. So
I
I'm
don't know that,
confused.
that didn't come from me.
No, didn't come from me either.
That was, we were told. That was,
That's what we were told.
yeah.
Well, I don't think it was
And it
quite
was-
that black and
Yeah.
white. I think it was,
If you're a parishioner,
if
you're
you're
a
a parishioner,
parishioner-
you may not have an inherent conflict.
Correct.
yes,
But you have to decide that, right?
right.
But if you've specifically donated to this project, then it's
Yeah.
pretty hard to defend.
Agreed, but if you're a regular parishioner, you are probably donating money on a regular basis as a practical matter.
But those people didn't recuse themselves.
They didn't.
No.
So
Only the two
There
people.
we are.
Only the two people who specifically made a donation towards the church project.
I think it was Commissioner Canag was one. I don't know who the other one was.
Was it John Engel?
What was the question?
On whether you accuse yourself on the St. Aloysius.
The litmus test was that I had donated money to the campaign. And so
Yeah,
that was why I
yes.
was told.
Yeah,
That's correct.
you're right.
That's
That's a direct-
the
yeah,
obvious answer.
that's a
The
direct-
obvious example where if you've donated to the project, you should recuse yourself. If you're just a parishioner,
If you remember.
that's in that, if you remember, that's in the gray area. I would probably say you should still recuse yourself.
But what happens if you have so many people who want to recuse them, who decide to recuse themselves, that you don't have a quorum left?
Which was almost the case.
It's a problem.
You keep the one that only goes to
Okay,
Eastern.
we know what the problem is. The answer is.
Well, the answer is you need a quorum to
You need
do
a-
it.
yeah, I
So,
mean,
so
we-
either you appoint, either a temporary
Right.
alternates are appointed or something of that nature.
We gotta hire more atheists for the.
Yeah.
Very few conflicts there.
It's not just your political party anymore,
it's
also your religion.
Atheism.
But so I'll use a personal example. So when the library was coming before us, there were all sorts of fundraising parties going on for like the children's room. I was invited to one and I just didn't even want the appearance of being seen at this party and what that would, I mean, I don't know if attending an event that's a fundraiser for a project, like, is that a conflict? Like I said, I chose to be very conservative in my decision making, but I don't know if I could have gone to just.
Without contributing money, you just went to a fundraiser?
Yes, I mean, they want you to, they're auctioning stuff and there's stuff going on there.
It's wise not to go. That also brings into, one of the other items that's on here potentially is predetermination and bias, because that's different than conflict.
Mhm.
Because you could go to one of those things and hear about the project and hear it from a perspective of an applicant. And they're going to have to come before you and opponents are going to come before you. And if you're, you've been exposed to a bunch of information outside of the public hearing context, outside of the public, then somebody could say, that there's a bias there, or there's a possible predetermination. All the information you get to make a decision should be here. Now, that's impossible because people read, you read stuff, but you should try to limit that as much as possible so that when you're making a decision on an application, it's based on what you've heard here at a public hearing in the record.
The reality is that when you're on this kind of a commission, you do give up certain rights. Because you have other rights. You have the right to sit here at this podium and make very important decisions. But that means you give up certain rights. You give up the right to write letters to the editor or letters to a blog. You shouldn't do that.
Any letters to the editor for any reason.
Well,
No,
I know.
for
I mean, you can
anything
write about
that
the war in Ukraine if you want, but any land use, I don't mean to be. I'm just saying, anything related to a local land use issue that certainly if it's before you, or if it's likely to come before you. So in the library situation, I'm sure there was, a big lead up that they're going to talk about renovation and expansion and all that. You can reasonably anticipate that that's going to come before you, and probably you should just not get involved, not go to fundraisers, certainly not write any letters or make any comments. That should get predisposition. Not even say anything to people who meet in the store and say, "Hey, what do you think about this library thing?"
Emails.
No emails.
Well, and I think we should talk about social media and newspapers,
we
like
can
you
get
said,
to
writing comments on newspaper articles. I bite my tongue a lot because I'll see things on social media that aren't totally accurate. And there's part of me that wants to correct the record and say, let me give you the straight story here, but we can't do any of that.
No,
You really can't.
not while it's pending.
Can we do it after the fact?
Sure. Unless
You can.
unless it's likely that something's gonna come back to you.
Is there an appeal?
Well, that's right.
pending?
Yes, there might.
Is it likely to come back? I think the best answer is no, not even. Maybe it's legal, but I think the best approach is not. You've spoken. You have spoken in your decision. Your decision is a written document. And it's there for everyone to see. And there's going to be the people that are going to write the letters. And they're going to say you guys are crazy. I think you just have to live with that, is my opinion. It just leads to problems. They'll write, they'll counter it. You'll want to counter it. This goes on. And then it'll come back. because they'll decide they have to come back. You never know when they're going to come back. They may decide, you know what? We have to do something different. I mean, these are very tricky issues.
Well, I think just, for everyone here and anyone who's watching, like, I think it's hard for the public because sometimes, they know we're all involved and they want us to set the record straight and they interpret our silence as something else. And I think everyone needs to understand that we're kind of like a jury in some of these situations where just like you get sequestered and you're not allowed to go out and talk to the media or talk to anybody. We're kind of the same way when we're hearing an application. It's not because, we're not interested or we're taking bribes or whatever the speculation is. It's because we're trying to do our jobs and to do them well.
Well, I mean, I'll modify what I said. I mean, I've seen situations, and it's probably fine, where, for instance, the chair will respond after the hearing has been closed and decided. If there's some question raised about some impropriety or something really extreme like that, you can respond. Or I suppose if there's just some fact that just is so wrong that you just want to set that record straight, and you can reference the record of the proceeding, you can reference your resolution and your findings, as the commission noted in its findings, such and such. So to some degree you can do that, but I don't think it should be a steady habit, because there's always going to be people that will criticize it.
But, to that point, because what came to mind, particularly on something like the library is, a bit of a press release, because I feel like there is so much material that we went through and there are, narratives that can kind of be spun out of that. So I feel like having a bit of a summary that goes back at some points to highlight some of those decision points is helpful. So I don't know, maybe it's best left alone, but
It's that really is not recommended.
Yep.
First of all, there are appeals, and it can only cause complications because someone could move to add that to the record. And what did you mean? And you only said this, you didn't say everything. The resolution that was well crafted and extensive in the library is your statement as a group, as a general proposition. And certainly when there's a court appeal pending, or there's a chance that they'll come back for some reason.
because I think to your point about impropriety, like, for example, I got a letter from the Congregational Church saying that the dispute over, who mows the lawn on God's Acre has been resolved. And so it's interesting to me, just to understand like what happens up there and how is that resolved? Is that land use or is that something else?
Well, it was resolved yesterday because I was right here yesterday. So, and there's a written agreement that has that resolution. And it was voted on by the selectmen and the church in that particular case. So,
Is that land use?
No, not. Well, it's,
Land ownership.
yeah, it had to do with the right, who's got the right to do what there. It was more of an ownership dispute than a land use issue, like, are we going to build something on that or not? That would come before you. If anything was ever going to be built on God's Acre, you'd get to determine that. This was more of a who has control of the property.
Is a title dispute.
It was a title dispute.
In an essence.
but we're not making comments beyond what's in the agreement. So
The title dispute
that
in
was part of
favor of the
part of
Puritan
the
Church.
discussion.
So
Question over here. If there's a project I know that's coming down with a friend who's going to present in front of the board, obviously I'd recuse myself. Do I have the ability, if they ask for guidance on how to prepare for the presentation or not?
I don't think that's a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
No. Because again, to me, it's more of the appearance. That they'll think you gave, some top secrets about how to get more votes or something. So it's not wise to do. I mean, everything should be just at the form. And if you recuse yourself, that means just basically stay out.
Okay.
If the person needs help, if they haven't gone to their own lawyer, architect, consultant, then they call the office then. And
That's usually the default answer I give is if they're asking for guidance, I'll just recommend them to the town planner.
Yep.
I'll say, you have questions, set up a meeting with the town planner, sit down and discuss and
Yeah.
she will answer.
Got a question, town planner, this they're getting paid to do.
That's right.
What about if the person is living in Old Saybrook? Out of your area, you can't provide this. Advice to someone who's going to make an application to a totally different commission.
Sure, you could
oh,
do
yeah,
that.
yeah, now you can.
You could do that.
Sure.
But every zoning commission is different.
True,
And,
I've heard that.
yeah, they, believe me, there's a lot of differences.
So, so these are all good questions. Bias and predetermination are different things, sort of related, but they are different things. The predetermination really has to do with statements made, writing letters, the blogs, etc. Shouldn't do that. I think basically at all on any land use topic, that certainly you can't do it if it's before you and pending. And you shouldn't, and you have to think about whether there's a chance that it would come before you. But I really just feel that members of the Plan and Zoning Commission should not be doing that, frankly, on any land use topic, because it's highly possible that it will come before you. So if you say, this sounds great, then you arguably have predetermined it. Someone might say that. Now, you're lucky in that sense that you're appointed here in New Canaan, because in a lot of towns, Westport, Wilton, that we represent also, they're elected. And then it becomes a problem, because there's a campaign and you're out there campaigning and people say, what do you think about that library project that's coming up next month, or when you get on, if you get on, what are you going to say? I have no opinion. I can't tell you. The lawyers told me not to talk. It's awkward and it's more difficult.
How
So,
is that not just an inherent conflict to have elected
Mhm.
planning commissioners? I mean, I guess that's off topic, but I'm just so baffled by that.
It would seem that to run for that position as an elected P and Z member, you have to establish a position on certain controversial issues.
and they do, and it's tricky. I mean, I think what they do and what we tell them to do is confine your comments to more general things. Like, I think there's too much commercial development in Westport. And so that telegraphs that, that's going to be your,
So speaking code, huh?
yeah, well, general.
Yeah, I did
general
to fill up a
statements as
turnip truck
opposed
here. I
to,
mean, come on.
Well, yeah,
that application for that CVS on the post road, I'm going to vote against it. Well, you say that, you're going to be disqualified probably.
It's kind of like the hearings for Supreme Court justices, where
Yeah. Yeah.
they keep
Yeah,
asking,
yeah,
how are you
you're
going
right.
to decide this? And
Yeah.
guys keep saying no.
Yeah.
There's a whole argument,
Tell you
elected
what.
versus appointed, and we've lived with them both, and another discussion for another time, but
Yeah.
Westport decades ago had an appointed P and Z and went to elected, probably 50 years ago or something. Save that for another night.
That actually raises a great question of why somebody would want to run for this office, but
That's another question.
We'll save that for a second night after first night.
So I have a question. Was not on this commission during the library episode. And I've been asked for my opinion about the library. So where do I sit in terms of all of this?
Right now, people ask you since you got on.
Exactly.
It could come back, right? Who knows what? There could be, they could come back. I think you're best not offering an opinion at this point. There still is technically a case, right? It's not
There's
over.
several
completely.
cases.
Several cases. So that's your out right now.
Yeah, because a judge always has the ability to remand something. I don't think this is going to be one of those situations, but cases get remanded back to the commission sometimes. And so if you've made comments, even, after the close of the hearing and everything, but it's on appeal, it could come back to you.
There's also conditions and the question of whether they're in conformity. with
Satisfying
the
conditions, right.
conditions,
What comes up a fair amount is someone will, before they are on the commission, and not necessarily knowing that they will be on the commission, makes comments about something. And then all of a sudden, you're nominated and you're on, and they dredge up a comment you made 4 months ago about the library or whatever, affordable housing or whatever, and they say, you know, you have predetermined it, or there's some bias. Predetermination, you know, really, you've conveyed some feeling about the particular project, it's good or bad, through your actions or whatever, whether it's going to a fundraising, whether donating money, whether writing, et cetera. Bias is really, you know, you've expressed some dislike for somebody, or I think that's probably the most
So-
frequent kind of case that we see.
And a recent appellate court case dealt with that issue.
Your case you're talking about?
My case. In an
We might as well
adjacent.
say, we might as well use this because it's a good learning
and it's-
example.
It's on the record, so.
Yeah, and it's a case from Westport. I mean, this is all reported now. You can read the decision for yourself. And the commission lost the case, and Pete took it all the way to the appellate court. And it's worth, you know, a couple of minutes, I think, because it is instructive.
And it had really to do with the attitude and the statements and the approach the commission took against an applicant who admittedly had been a little bit of a pain in the neck and had spats with staff.
Being recorded. So I'm gonna-
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
know. I mean, that's, but, and had some spats with the staff. And so there was there was a little bit of, the
Tension.
commission was, you know, not happy. But they refused to give that applicant the opportunity to make a presentation. There were some statements made, even in the deliberation. Some language used. One of the appellate court judges said to me, you know, I thought that there was some very bad language used by the
By the
commission,
commission.
very bad language. And
As they said on the transcript that this is and I'm not gonna say the word here, but it's an S show. And that was said at the public hearing. I mean, the dispute was
Boy, I
over
could get into
the,
trouble quickly.
the initial, the hearing dispute was whether the application was complete or not. And the staff had said it's not complete, right?
Staff said it wasn't complete. The commission said, if it's not complete, we're not hearing
We're
it.
not hearing you.
The applicant said, let me explain why it is complete. The commission said, and there were a couple of members on that commission at the time who are no longer on the commission, who were a little bit harder to get along with than some others, but they took the position, we don't care. The staff says it's not complete, we're not hearing it. And then one of them made a motion to deny it. And then they didn't actually vote right then. It came back to them, and then in their deliberations, they, you know, went back and forth, didn't treat the applicant very kindly. And of course, remember, your deliberations are part of the record that's recorded. So the judges, we won the case at the Superior Court level, but the appellate court said, no, you had to give her a chance to at least rebut the idea that the application was incomplete.
So the case was remanded, sent
Remanded
back to the commission to allow her being the applicant to explain why she thought it was complete. And then they will have to make a decision
Which,
again.
by the way, she hasn't done.
Hasn't happened yet.
Um,
There's a lot of color and history and personalities that are, you know, part of the discussion that we'll leave out, but you know, it just illustrates about fairness, due process, language, giving people a chance. In retrospect, what they should have done is say, okay, you tell us why you think this is complete. You know, we think you've left out A, B, C. You tell us why it's complete.
And by the way, if they had done that, the commission had done that, and then had the vote to deny it, it would have been upheld. I mean, that vote, the appeal would have been dismissed.
So the lesson here, and we can broaden it slightly, is that you do have to allow the applicant a chance. You can't cut them off, even on something like this where the staff and the commission thought this is just incomplete. But they were there and they needed to give the applicant a chance. And so that, that goes to a question of how meetings are conducted in terms of giving your applicants every opportunity, reasonable opportunity to respond to your questions, your concerns, your allegations, or the public allegations without a time limit for the applicant, and as well as interveners. Although you can put, we think you can put time limits on the public, but time limits on the applicant are not acceptable. And the interveners have really that same opportunity. And if they want to rebut, they have a chance to do that. Now, I suppose there's always a point where it's just repetitive, excessive and all that, and they could be, admonished not to keep repeating the same thing. But you got to give people a chance to respond. And that was the lesson in that Westport case, which you can read if you'd like. The language was not, at least in the decision, not the determining factor, I think.
No, but it was,
But Pete
Point
came
out.
back and it was just very interesting that a member of the appellate court, she found it very distasteful that they were using that language.
So we're running out of time. We have about 5 minutes left. Do you want to also touch on communication between board members, ex parte? How's it
Yeah.
pronounced?
ex parte,
Ex parte
yeah.
communications.
Well, substantive communications about an application shouldn't occur
Outside of the meeting,
outside of the meeting.
right?
Period.
Everything you do officially should be done here
Mhm.
as a group. So after the close of a meeting or a public hearing, someone says, let's go have a drink someplace, or let's go get a cup of coffee. Okay, don't talk about the case. And even then, somebody could say, I saw these guys, at the wherever at Starbucks sitting around right after our meeting chatting, and it kind of bothered me. So,
Or at the bar,
so
which you can do, but you risk somebody walking by and saying that I saw all of them, and that raises a concern. So not saying
Does
you
that,
can't.
does that also include the boards, the other boards?
no,
No,
So we cannot talk to any of the boards either?
oh, you mean land you or you shouldn't talk about the matter that's pending in front of you with anybody while it's pending.
Okay, so we cannot talk to any of the Board of Selectmen or any of the other town council members about any matter.
Well,
well, not while it's pending.
you shouldn't be expressing opinions prior to the close of a public hearing.
Even in executive sessions, we can't talk to them.
Well,
But you can't have an executive session on a pending application. The executive session would be, on something that has been most likely on something that was decided and is now filed in court. And then you can have an executive session, and you could invite other people in if it involves, some of the selectmen or something.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear on that.
yeah. What we're talking about, what I'm talking about, Chris, is not the, the ex parte among yourselves is one thing. Talking to somebody else, the problem with talking to somebody else before the end of the public hearing is you can be influenced by things that are not on the record. Someone could say to you, well, have you
Well,
considered
I get
this?
the, I guess the issue. I just want to understand who's in the bubble and who's out of it.
Well, the bubble is not, the ex parte bubble is just you guys.
Okay.
Everybody else in the world, you shouldn't be listening to them or talking to them about a pending application.
And that includes phone calls between you, or with the others, texts, emails. The only exception to that would be, well, some administrative things, obviously, like, 6 o'clock, be here at 6 o'clock to hear, the lawyers. Those kinds of things, and you write back and say, I can't be here to 6:15, that stuff's fine. But not any substantive discussion in any of those forms on a pending application.
But if you had a technical question for Sarah or one of us, for example, you can ask that. You would do it either through the chair generally or through Sarah. And if there's a technical question or whatever, not substantive, not related to the, you're never going to ask for our opinion about what you should do anyway. And we have no say in that. So, but that's allowed.
Now, I suppose, I mean, there are some exceptions. Suppose you have a first session and it's continued and someone has a, question they want answered. I think you can probably send that to the chair, send that to Sarah and say, for the next meeting, would you please ask the applicant to, address this or that? You can't have an exchange like outside the meeting room, but then that email becomes part of the record. It gets posted, I think. Maybe not. It's probably a good idea. The more you can post, so that the public can see all of this, a question from a commissioner, for instance, for the next meeting. Don't have exchanges about the answers, but that might be, an exception as to some sort of communication that the public can see. And then you hear the answer at the meeting here the next time around. So, that's the way to handle it.
Several times this year, a land use attorney in front of us will point to one or more members of the commission and say that we need to recuse ourselves. And it occurs, and sometimes they have some wrong facts. But it occurs to me now, rather than saying no, and you're wrong, that they're using this, anticipating that they're going to go to court, and that it might be better, rather than argue with them or refuse their request, it might be better for the members on this commission to acquiesce and recuse ourselves. It bothers me personally that these land use attorneys could make that request, and because it feels like bullying the commission. On the other hand, it might be expedient to just say, okay, I'll recuse myself. And I can think of several examples. So this is not a hypothetical.
Well, not just bullying the commission, but changing the composition of who's voting.
Yeah. So that's why I say it
Stacking
could
the
be construed
jury.
as bullying the board, but for asking that we recuse ourselves based on meritless
If-
claims.
We're going to say the same thing.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't know what you're gonna say. We read each other's minds at this point. I was gonna say that in my mind, it's bad form to just spring it on the commission just like that. And most lawyers who are professional, if not courteous, will bring it up beforehand. And maybe they'll call the planner. Maybe they'll call us, because we get these calls. And they'll say, I'm going to ask that Krista recuse herself because whatever. So we have a chance to at least think about it. I would call you and I'd say, what do you think? And you'd have a chance to think about it and decide what you want to do. Maybe you'll say yes, maybe you'll say I'm not, but so it's bad.
When you say I'm not, does that give them more ammunition when they go to court and ask
Well,
the judge
Yep.
to overturn the commission's findings?
It'll be a count in their complaint, probably.
And it's a tough burden, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not, judges assume there's a presumption of that you're doing things correctly. There's a presumption if you say, I don't have a conflict. Now, appearance is a little, different, but if a judge is going to look at that and say to the applicant who raised it, prove it. Prove the conflict, prove the predetermination, prove the bias. If you're on the commission and you have a genuine, you're convinced that he's wrong, that you're wrong, that's not the facts, that's not what it is. You have a responsibility to be on the commission. You have a responsibility to the commission to not jeopardize their decision. But if you feel you're being bullied, then and it's not a legitimate request, and you have a response, and you put that response on the record, then again, is it possible that they'll prove their their allegation in an appeal? Sure, it's possible.
It's really just case specific, how you do it. Did you have advance notice? What do you want to say? It just really depends, but and maybe the facts are wrong and you want to clarify and say, well, that's just simply not true. Or, all right, yes, you saw me in a restaurant talking to somebody who's now the applicant, but I wasn't talking about the project. I don't know the person very well. It was just accidental. We saw somebody there and I have an open mind about this application and we'll have an open mind throughout.
So the advice is put it on the record.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
But you should respond, yeah.
Should respond, your,
Yes.
your
You should
comment
res-
is specious and
Well,
without merit, and I will not
If
entertain
you're
it.
not
Thank
going to
you.
recuse yourself, you
You
really,
want, you want the reason why.
yeah, you have to
Record.
respond to it. And I don't think I've ever seen someone get up and say, this member has a conflict and the member just walk out just like that, but maybe it's happened.
I have.
These land use lawyers, just,
All right, guys. I think that wraps it up for this evening.
okay.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you for your time.
but feel free to call if you, read through this stuff and have a question.
Yeah, I would encourage all the commission members, if you have any questions on any of the protocol issues that we've discussed tonight, or anything else that might come up or on a particular application, feel free to reach out to Sarah, just copy myself on it, and then we can get Peter and Ira involved as necessary.
And also I'll just throw out if there's any other topics that were in the documents that Pete and Ira sent that we didn't cover tonight that you think would be really helpful, like if you want to have a whole session on FOIA or whatever, let Sarah know because we
Yeah,
can
we're happy to come back.
arrange these.
Got 3 more hours to fill.
Okay. Thanks. Have a good
Not
night.
tonight, though.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I have half an
Thank
hour.
you.
Do you?
I have a half hour left.
Okay. Thank you, all the public that are here. Sorry to make you wait. 7:05. We are now going into our regular monthly meeting, considered a special meeting this month because we postponed it from last night because of the caucus. So we're having it tonight, but it is our monthly agenda for regular and new items to be discussed. So special meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Wednesday, July 26th. First, and we've already taken roll call. We don't have to take another roll call. We do have, Mr. Herring is here, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 permanent members seated, and that means both alternates can be seated for the meeting, for the hearing tonight.
We have all three also.
All 3 alternates, sorry, all 3 alternates are here, so all 3 can be seated tonight. We can have up to a maximum of 9. Good to go?
Yep.
So, first item on the agenda, this is item number 20, number 2 on the agenda, 21 Forest Street. Upon application of Paul Tully, MEM Partners, authorized agent for Connor Rose Realty Incorporated owners for a site plan approval pursuant to section 4.3.C.9 to allow an optical retailer with limited optometric services. No surgical procedures. Approximately 33% of the space will be occupied by retail products, wall shelving, mirrors, checkout counter, etc. The remaining space will be for consultation rooms, tech, back office, and bathroom in the retail B zone located at 21 Forest Street, map T73, block 714, lot C1. Good evening. Please say your name and affiliation with the application and
Good evening,
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Paul Tully. I am representing Patrick Mitchell of Connor Rose Realty, the owner of the retail condo unit that we are applying for this application. The change of use, it is currently retail and was a former pet food store. And the owner is seeking to change the use from retail to personal service establishment in the retail B zone. The space is not popping up. Oh, there it is. The space is on Forest Street. It is the front section of the retail store, approximately 1,875 square feet. It is as pictured. The applicant, like as I said, as per the attached floor plan, which I can show you as well. Scroll on. Within the document. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. This next slide shows the section of the retail store identified in the pink, fronting Forest Street. They are an obstetrician. No, sorry. They are an optometrist selling optical retail products such as glasses, sunglasses, contact lenses, and they do the related testing for eyesight problems. There's no surgical procedures performed on the premises. They do have a lab that is where they adjust their glasses and create the specialty glasses that they're for each client. They also have some consultation rooms which allow them to perform these testing procedures on the persons who are getting consulted on. The space was formerly a full unit, which was subdivided and cut in half. The full retail unit was, there are 16 spaces available at this development for these two retail spaces. They exist in the rear of the space and on the side of on the property. And the arrangement allows 8 spots for the rear tenant and 8 spots for the front tenant. There's also curbside and streets parking out in front for customers as well. Second, I can blow this up so you can see some more of the plan. So approximately 33% of the front part of the unit is where the selling space will be, the retail space. There'll be retail racks and displays. There'll be some a cash wrap, and there'll be some wall mounted display units as well. It's just further down, let me find. Here's a better picture of it. So the front of the store, you see there's a cash wrap on the right-hand side of the screen with a couple of seats next to it. And then there's a couple display tables that people can review the eyeglass material. And then you can see the retail shelving behind it and around that front area space. As you move to the back, there's a bathroom, and then the 3 consultation rooms on the right that go down the right side, and the lab. And the tech space with office space behind at the very back of the store. The space itself, as I said, is about 1,875 square feet. They expect approximately at any point in time 3 employees would be the most occupying in the space at a time, most likely 2, but 3 at a busy time period. They are very excited about this location, as is the landlord. It had been on the market vacant for a while, and I think when it was approved to split the unit, I think it was very helpful from that perspective. It was a long, uniquely shaped space. The back space is now occupied by a personal training center, and I think this is a good use for the front space for the applicant. Any questions?
Any questions, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Cruz. I have a question. There's one ingress and egress, and that's the one that goes to Forest Street.
To Forest Street, correct.
And the fire marshal has reviewed this and is okay with everything.
But the fire marshal hasn't reviewed this. I haven't submitted this for a plan. But the fire marshal has been in both spaces when the unit was subdivided. And we reviewed all sprinklers, all a fire alarm, all exit signs, and everything was approved at that point in time.
Okay, and the entry will be ADA compliant,
The entry is ADA compliant, correct?
and the single
As will be. the
trolley
bath-
cabin would be
As will be
ADA
the bath-
compliant as well.
bathroom is fully compliant, yes.
Thank you. That's my question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further questions? I would just like to remind everyone that this is in the retail B zone, and according to retail B zone, service establishments are allowed as of right, correct?
Yeah.
But the question that we have before us tonight is the definition of the optometrist and whether that falls into it's not a medical services option. It's I'm trying to find your and
So it's essentially is you
it's from a
are-
1993 determination, right?
Yeah, just that you're confirming that you're still in agreement that this can be counted as a personal service establishment and not a medical office.
Correct. And for what it's worth, obviously, many of you already know, we already have two or three other, three
In retail zones.
in the retail zone already established, so. Any questions, commissioners?
Where are those three?
One is on Elm Street,
Mhm.
like Eyes on Elm, it's right.
Eyes on Elm, and then you have the
Main,
One on Main.
corner of Main and Morse Court.
right?
And the third one's on East Avenue?
Yeah,
Yep.
but that's
Yeah.
not, I don't think that's retail anymore. I think that's business. A.
The zone is now business A.
I believe
That's
so.
yeah, that's business A.
I mean, there is precedent to have an optometrist on the first floor in a retail zone.
Okay, no further questions? Anything else?
That's it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
This hearing's closed. Okay, we'll move into. Sorry, I'm jumping around on the items here. Next item to here is item 3 on the agenda, 824 review from Tiger Man, Department of Public Works. Tiger is on the Zoom world for a land swap between the town of New Canaan and the First Presbyterian Church, map 32, block 20, lots 22, 41, and 52. And this is item 3 and 4 are two separate 824s, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Tiger, why don't you introduce yourself and jump into the first one.
Okay, thank you. Tiger Man, Director of Public Works for the town. Sarah, will you be sharing your screen or is it gonna be me?
Can you share your screen? That would be,
Yeah. Hold on, please. Can everyone see that?
Mhm.
So this application is for a land swap between the First Presbyterian Church and the town itself. It's an 8-24 review. As you know, no municipal agency or legislative body shall locate, relocate, substantially improve, acquire, land for abandoned, sell, or lease any airport, park, playground, school, or other municipally owned property or public building until has been brought to, this action has been brought and referred to the commission for a report. This came about actually quite innocently with the First Presbyterian Church. You can see here, it's nestled between two parcels of Bliss Park, which is the New Canaan Nature Center. So what you have is the fact that we have a northern parcel of the Nature Center and a southern parcel of the Nature Center and the First Presbyterian Church. And we were discussing maintenance activities between the church and the Nature Center. And we were asked to locate one of the property lines, the southern property line between the two parcels, the church and the southern parcel of the Nature Center. Was what we had thought was the line, this red line, which is on the GIS mapping, was untrue when we actually had it surveyed, and we found out that the line was here, the yellow line. And sometime back in the 1980s, the Presbyterian Church had built this columbarium here, and now, as you can see, it's came onto Nature Center land or town land inadvertently, but then we felt that we needed to make that correction. So we set about surveying both the northern parcel of the Nature Center and the southern parcel of the Nature Center, and then resurveying the First Presbyterian Church to come up with what would be the best way to make this whole, to put the columbarium back on Presbyterian land, but then make sure that we kept the same amount of land for Bliss Park for the Nature Center. So based upon that, we determined to give the First Presbyterian Church some land to place the columbarium back on their property with an adequate setback, the side yard setback that Sarah helped us with, and then give the Nature Center some needed land on the northern side, adjacent to the parking lot, whereby they wanted to take out some of the invasives that are there and then screen that properly, because just above that, in this area is the butterfly meadow. So we were trying to screen the butterfly meadow from the parking area and the church itself. So it actually worked out quite well based upon the activities that both properties wanted to continue. So this kind of gives you a blow up of what it looks like. It's 3,000 feet in total, 3,000 feet, and the southern parcel will be given to the First Presbyterian Church, and 3,000 feet on the northern side will be given back to the Nature Center. I should mention that the two parcels for the Nature Center will be combined. It's the only way that we can actually do this between two separate parcels. So we'll be combining the two by removing the lot line that separates the northern parcel from the southern parcel. That actually had been approved by the Board of Selectmen when we put the donkey shed in about 3-4 years ago along that property line. The Board of Selectmen had approved that. We just never went forward on the land records to remove that line. But now, based upon legal advice, we need to remove that line, make it one contiguous parcel, and therefore be able to enact this swap with the Presbyterian Church. As to how it sits in the POCD, both Section 3 and Section 5 are areas that are known. Section 3, preserve and enhance community character. And under preserve and enhance open space, it's continue to preserve open space. We should continue to preserve open space when opportunities present themselves, especially when adjacent to existing open space lands, to help support open space preservation. We feel that giving some of the land back to the Nature Center on the northern side, allowing them to adequately screen the butterfly meadow, is a much better use than having an open area of grassland between the Presbyterian Church and the Nature Center itself. Also increase public access to open space under Section 3 as well. In addition to adding to the open space inventory, we should maintain and improve as appropriate the open spaces it already has and seek to provide more opportunities for public access and connectivity. We feel that this definitely helps maintain and improve that portion of Bliss Park. And the last, maintain excellence in community facilities and services. That's under provide appropriate facilities and services under enhanced livability, Section 5. Since local parks and recreation facilities are an important part of the overall character and quality of life in New Canaan, these facilities should continue to be maintained to a high standard. And we feel that giving back the area of the columbarium will allow the First Presbyterian Church to maintain that area. They have some ideas of how they'd like to screen that area and improve that area for themselves. It was just an open grassland and not necessarily utilized by the nature center or by park goers for the nature center in Bliss Park. And then we'd be able to get that other space on the northern side for better screening and better use of the butterfly meadow. So I'm open for any questions that you might have at this time.
Tiger, it's Art Casband.
Sure.
You mentioned that there was a desire to combine the two parcels. Is there any importance to that, or is it just administrative value, or is there something else there that matters?
We were told legally we have to, since we're actually swapping a portion of the southern parcel with the First Presbyterian Church and then gaining portions on the northern side. So in order to actually do this, we have to remove that parcel line.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mann, this is Commissioner Kriz. I noticed that the land currently owned by the town that is planned to be you're intending to swap with the Presbyterian Church. It's near a well that's very near the property line, or the new property line. Any impairment to that well, or is that well active? Anything we should think about?
That well is active. No, I think it's just but it's great that you saw it. They'd actually like to kind of open that up and use and show that wellhead. It's kind of unique, but there's no impairment shown. The nature center is on Aquarian water, as is the church.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Mr. Mann, on the north side where the Presbyterian Church parking lot is, and where the town and the nature center property is effectively gaining that strip of land, does that somehow put the parking lot that's there into greater nonconformity relative to their property line?
We spoke to the planner about this, and we're maintaining the adequate setback from the parking lot to the property line. The surveyor went back and ensured that we had the appropriate setback from the side, at least 3 feet, I think is what she mentioned.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. All I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners? Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you.
Station is closed. Next one is another 824. This is also from Tiger Man, Department of Public Works, for the utilization of land acquisition fund to assist the New Canaan Land Trust in purchasing a portion of 1124 Valley Road. Mr. Mann?
Thank you. Again, Tiger Man, Director of Public Works for the town. As you mentioned, this is to satisfy the ordinance that was enacted about the land acquisition fund for the town. Portion of that guideline states that the town has to bring forward to the commission an 8-24 review for any use of the land acquisition fund or any disbursement from the land acquisition fund. In this case, we would like to provide $150,000 to the land trust towards the purchase of a portion of 1124 Valley Road, currently owned by the First Taxing District of Norwalk. The parcel itself directly abuts the Brown Preserve, shown in the upper right-hand corner. And again, any 8-24, any municipal improvement, no municipal agency or legislative body shall again locate, relocate, substantially improve, acquire land for, abandon, sell, or release any airport, park, playground, school, or other municipally owned property until it's brought to the commission. So the feeling is here is that the parcel at 1124 will be divided into two and subdivided into two parcels. Parcel A would be maintained by the First Taxing District, just about 2.1 acres, a little over 2.1 acres of land. And parcel B would be then bought by the land trust and then merged with the Brown Preserve to the north. This actually houses an old dwelling, and they'll be utilizing that for their executive director, and then happenings at the nature for the land trust itself, as far as meetings and things of that nature. This gives you a little bit of a different view of the parcel and its subdivision here on the bottom of the page. has the dwelling and the barn, and would be the land trust property. And the above property would be for the first taxing district. And again, this would be merged with the land trust Brown Preserve adjacent to it. As far as how this fits with the POCD, and protect physical character, preserve and enhance physical character. We'd look to have an overall sense of openness. And we'd be looking at the town should continue the importance of community character to residents and visitors, since the land trust would be saving that building. It's a quite old structure. That is one of the things of enhancing the physical character, or continuing to preserve it, and preserving an open space, preserving an enhance open space. Continue to preserve open space. This would allow, again, about 1.8 acres to be melded with the Brown Preserve. And it would then allow public access to this area as well. And interestingly enough, one of the pages of the POCD actually has a case study about the Brown Preserve itself, and stating that this is exactly what we would like to see. So adding some additional land to this parcel, we feel, in our opinion, definitely fits with the plan itself. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Mr. Mann, this is Commissioner Chris. I'm looking at the picture you showed, the drawing of the subdivision. If you could put that up on the screen for us, please.
Sure.
If you just want to clarify, this will be coming back as a special permit application by the taxing district for this. So this is more just about okaying the town using a land acquisition fund, but you will see this again, just to clarify.
Fair enough. Just so the rectangular portion that's near the roadway at the top of this picture, and then right next to that is the reservoir, that is going to be deeded to the Norwalk Taxing District, correct?
That'll stay the ownership will remain with the taxing district, correct? The only parcel that will be transferred is this lower parcel here.
So it's a subdivision of the square into two rectangles with, and the residence, is that going to have a historic preservation easement on it or anything like that?
That will be a question for the land trust itself. I believe that they're looking to preserve the building itself and put their executive director inside. I don't believe they're looking at doing anything to the exterior of that building.
That is subject of the special permit application, which has been filed.
I'm confused a bit on the hash mark on the left, the long rectangular, the easement. Could you just talk about what that is, please?
That's an access for the first taxing district to access their parcel in the back. Since they no longer have the area in the front, they needed a way to get into the back.
Okay, and that would be continued to be, it's not now owned by the first taxing district?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
It is, it's owned by the first taxing district.
Okay,
All of that is, all of the land surrounding that is owned by the first taxing district, except for the Brown Preserve.
understood. Okay, that's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Commissioner Herring here. So if I'm understanding, our approval is to allocate the funds or approve the allocation of the funds towards the purchase. Can you just give me a rough magnitude? $150,000 committed. What fraction of that is to the is that as compared to the total purchase price?
It's only a small portion thereof. I think the overall purchase price is somewhere on there over 750,000, but I'm not quite certain.
Okay, I just wanted to get a rough order of magnitude. That's really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Mann, will this parcel remain a separate parcel, or are you going to be combining this with the existing land trust property to the north?
It's my understanding that it'll be combined with the land trust portion to the north, since at present it's in a 4-acre zone, so it'd be non-conforming, so they'd be adding it to their parcel.
Again, that's the subject of the special permit application and will be addressed at a later date.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioners, any further questions? Mr. Mann, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That closes item number 4. So next, next couple of applications here. This is our public hearing component. The first one on the docket here is 57 Rilling Ridge. Upon application of Rob Frangione Engineering LLC, authorized agent for Amy Tucci, owner, for a special permit approval pursuant to sections 3.4.C.6 and 6.4.G.2 to allow a tennis court that will be located within the 150 feet of a front property line and will disturb approximately 13,000 square feet of area in the 1 and 2 acre zone at 57 Rilling Ridge, map 49, block 109, lot 155. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna recuse myself on this one because I know the applicant.
Yeah, just speak into the mic and
Chris Herring, I'm gonna recuse myself on this one. I have a conflict.
thank you.
This is Art Cassavant. I'm also going to recuse myself.
Not at the table. If you're.
Oh, right.
Yeah, just in the audience.
And then Art, could you just shut off your video and your
Video and audio off.
If you're
Thank you,
using yourself.
Art.
Thank you.
That still leaves us with 7 commissioners, so we have a quorum for this one, no issues. Mr. Frangione.
Good evening. For the record, Rob Frangione Engineering, licensed professional engineer in Connecticut, representing Amy Tucci. With me tonight, kind of riding shotgun, is David Rucci. The owner seeks a special permit for a sport/tennis court that is about 52 feet by 115 with chamfered edges. And zoom in a little bit. She needs a special permit under sections 3.4C.6 and 6.4G.2 because the court, which is undersized relative to a typical 60 by 120 court, will be located within 150 feet of the front property line and will disturb more than 10,000 square feet of area. The court will be located in an area that's primarily lawn. It'll comply with all accessory structure front, side, and rear yard setbacks. It has no impact on lot coverage as tennis courts do not count towards lot coverage. There will be minimal grading and tree removal as the property only slopes about 3 feet from east to west in the area where we situated this court. The court has been reduced in size from a standard 60 by 120 to 52 by 115. So to do the quick math, basically a normal sport court or tennis court is 7,200 square feet. With the chamfers, we're at 5,780. So we're 1,420 square feet less than a typical tennis court. We've sized the stormwater detention system to detain the increase in runoff from the 1 through 25-year, 24-hour storms. And that's going to be by putting a trench drain along the western side. The court's pitched to the left. We're going to have the Coltex that'll take that up. We've done the deep tests and infiltration testing on the site to show that that's going to suffice. Let's see. We're going to maintain the existing stone wall that's on the property, as well as the existing chain link fence and the tree line that is both to the north, east, and south of this property. The grading, drainage, and erosion control design has received sign off from engineering and inland wetlands. We've provided an outline as to how this application complies with all the subsections of section 8(2)(b)(4) of the zoning regulations, which is the special permit criteria. We don't need to regurgitate that now. I know we have a large audience for this. But to suffice it to say, as Mrs. Carey points out in her staff report, this proposal is not unique to New Canaan or even the eastern side of town. We did a quick look at the GIS maps and we found at least 7 properties nearby that have tennis courts in their front yards, like 475 Silver Mine, 33 Weeburn. That's right around the corner from where I live. Drive past it every day when I go into town practically. So there's a lot of those there. So this is not unique. We saw the letters that the neighbors have submitted, and we reached out to them during the notification mailing and stated that we've added more screening to the property. And I also said in there that I'd be happy to discuss with them, either by phone, in person, or by Zoom, what the application was. The neighbor who reached out, the only neighbor who reached out to me personally was Chip Stepaker of 36 Rilling. And I went over the guts of the application. I gave him copies of everything, and I explained special permit versus what a variance is, so on and so forth. No other neighbors have responded to us directly. So we prepared an aerial map, and that's the first of the handouts that you have. That basically shows what the neighborhood looks like. So I've used my Adobe skills to roughly put where that proposed sport court's going to go on the property. As you can see from the aerial map, and as pointed out in Ms. Carey's report, there is ample native vegetation surrounding the court that'll screen it from neighbors. You can just see all the lush green to the north, to the east, to the south, screening everything. So the next picture that I've provided, and this was in your original packet, whoops. It's kind of a ground shot, and it shows where that court's going to go. And you can see that the existing stone walls stay, the tree line stays, and you can see that it's pretty well screened from the neighbors. Be that as it may. Now, we listened to what the neighbors said in their letters that they've submitted thus far to the commission. Whoops. I really can't stand it. And we prepared a supplemental planning plan, basically to fill in the gaps. You know, we recognize that there are, 4 trees that would have to come down to put this in. And we would basically, to the north, we've got a huge screening, but we put a few trees along the northern areas to kind of add some screening there, put some trees along the right side, or the east side, and some more to fill in these areas here in the front. As you can see on this next slide, a little hard to read, but you get the point. This court is at least 100 feet or plus or minus away from everything. So it's, at its closest point to this property on Silver Mine, it's about 95 to the corner of the house. On this property here at 21 Rilling, almost 130 feet. Across the street at 36, the corner of the court, it's like 191 feet away from the house. And there's, again, plenty of vegetation between the court and the houses to attenuate noise coming from the kids or adults that will be using the court. This court, we'll get into that in a little bit. On our last slide here, what I've done is I show the 150-foot setback line. And it's not so much a setback line with the permits or special permit criteria says is any accessory structure within 150 feet of a front yard would require a special permit. And so if you notice, the existing pool that's there is already inside that 150. This lot is very challenging because of, it's a long, almost like a pie-shaped lot because it's a big, almost cornerish in the way that it's shaped. It's got this weird panhandle here, but it also has a 20-foot drainage easement. So all the drains from Rilling Ridge come in and they bifurcate the property and they dump out to the north. So we couldn't put the court anywhere in this area of the property because it'd be going over the drainage easement. It wouldn't meet the setbacks, the accessory structure setbacks, and it just made more sense to go over here because it can meet all the setbacks. And if you look, by the time you add it, you put in the 150-foot setback line and the rear, the accessory structure setbacks, you only have 36 feet between the 150-foot front yard line and the accessory structure setback line. So that wasn't enough room to try and fit it in there. So where we've put this is where we believe is the best place to put it. Just real quickly, let's address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. She's no longer operating a gym in her house. That business has been shuttered and she has no intention of restarting it in her home. I'm sure you may hear about this later. She's a fitness instructor. She's not a tennis instructor. So she will not be giving tennis lessons or on this court. This is purely for the use and enjoyment of her and her family. Tennis courts should basically just a big patio with a net and lines. And she has, the right to use and enjoy her property. Again, the proposed tennis court complies with all zoning setbacks as well as the special permit criteria as listed in what I've already submitted. We've detained the increase in runoff from the proposed court, obtained all the other pertinent land use approvals, and provided a planting plan that supplements the copious amount of existing vegetation that surrounds this property. We therefore ask for your approval tonight and are here to answer any questions. And I know that there's quite an audience behind that wants to speak.
Mr. Frangione, the existing wall that's shown on your plan here, all of that is existing?
Yes.
Is there any portion of the existing wall that's being removed?
Just some random boulders. That's not really a wall. If you look at what I have up on the screen here, there's just some boulders here. That's the actual wall is this hashed piece here. And, that's why we position the court where it is so that we keep that wall. There's a chain link fence behind it and there's all these pines that are behind it. We didn't take it and smack it right up against the side yard setback. We really tried to be cognizant of screening.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Chris, I'm looking at the picture you have. Can you
Yes.
put that up on the screen perhaps, sir?
Sure.
You mentioned the boulders and the chain link fence, and here's where you got to put it. So I don't see boulders and a chain link fence here. So help me
Okay,
out.
it's hard to see, but it's
Maybe way in the back. I
so
don't
yeah,
know.
there's
Please
that.
help.
You see where my hand is
The cursor.
waving back and forth? Yeah, the cursor, sorry.
That's
That's the existing stone wall.
okay.
This little thingy here that I'm circling with the hand, those appear to be the rocks. There's also some rocks. It's just loose rocks that were indicated on the survey. And if I zoom in a little bit more, you can see the existing chain link fence behind the stone wall.
And there's a shed on the right.
Yes, that's been there a while. Amy had this from her father. She remembers that being there when her father had it. So that's an existing shed.
Okay, you mentioned the screening. I'm again looking at this picture, the one you have up. Some of these appear to be, I guess, white pines where they're sort of go up without a lot of branches on it, and then have branches quite high off the grade. And then some numbers appear to be deciduous trees. So you mentioned screening. I'm thinking of screening within 4 seasons. And so I wonder if you could speak to exactly the mix of trees here and how they may or may not be screening in different seasons.
Sure.
Thank you.
So this picture, I believe, was taken in September. This application's been around a while. And as you see, this vantage point is looking out at Rilling Ridge right now. And you can see even in the fall, we can't see really what's going on across the street. There's a lot of, I forget what the trees are, but they're on the plan. A lot of spruces in the front. There's some 24-inch spruces, 14-inch spruces. Then there's a mixture of deciduous trees, as you mentioned. And what we've supplemented with are some white spruces that are about 10 to 12 feet tall, and a couple of hollies, American hollies. Those will keep their leaves year round. And so we put 3 of them right in the front yard, 3 of the spruces. and one of the hollies right there to, like I said, fill in the gaps. Native vegetation.
If I'm looking at this correctly, you pointed out where the stone wall is, which is sort of the perimeter or pretty close to it of the proposed sports court. So essentially, the entire grassy area is going to become sports court, or the vast
Yes,
bulk of it will become sports court.
yes.
Okay. If this commission decided to approve this, and I'm saying we're going to, but if and a condition were made to enhance the screening with additional vegetation, is this something the applicant would accept or reject?
So she would accept that. She has no problem with additional scrutiny.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
I have questions over here. Commissioner Benton, I know in the image here, you have your rectangle, which almost looks like it's touching the pool side. But if I look at your actual sketch, it's roughly about 30 feet away from the pool. So, which is accurate?
So this, you also have to remember that the scale of that Google Earth image is 200 feet. So, you know, it's, and it's also kind of a parallax view. It's not exactly a straight up and down. So, you know, this was me drawing it based on eyeballing it from where the north side of this court is versus the north side of the pool. And then, you know, sketching it as I have it shown. And then you see this clearing that's right here. That lines up with, you know, you basically have your existing trees that are here. So I just, this is an illustrative sketch.
I guess
The
my
site
question
plan
is there an opportunity for a compromise with the neighbors to move the sports court closer to the pool and give more coverage between the sport court and the property line?
So we could probably shift it a few feet to the left. Again, we do have to be cognizant of the stormwater design and the soil testing that we did. The soils were good for the Cultec units where I have them. So, you know, could I slide it a few feet to the left? Sure. Slide the Cultex with it to the left, but I also have to be careful of the grading with the pool equipment pad. Because if we go to this drawing here, so by the time I carry this at a 1% slope out, because I didn't want to dig too much in this area because I didn't want to undermine any trees or anything. So we're filling on this side so that I can then also get fill over my Cultec units. And by the time I slope it down at a 3-to-1 slope, this is where my toe of slope is. And so I just, you know, could I come over a few feet? Probably, but then I have to just be careful with the grading going into the pool equipment pad.
I guess my further question is you have about 30 feet from the pool patio edge to where you have the tennis court. If I look at this, so there's a little bit of room to play there, more than a couple feet. Is it an engineering limitation or aesthetic desire?
In my opinion, it's an engineering limitation because if we're going to try to minimize the grading and the site disturbance and the amount of fill, the more I move this over, the more my fill pack gets higher. And so then I've got to get back down to grade as I get over to this pool equipment and patio area. Also, just it is slightly aesthetic. You know, you don't want this tennis court right on top of the pool. You do want some green area in between the two to kind of break that up. So it's not like a big parking lot back there. So, you know, you do get some green area in between to kind of balance things out. So could I move it to the left to appease the neighbors slightly? Yes, I can move it a few feet. Can I move it so that's touching the patio of the pool? No, that would not work.
Just to jump in, I know you have more questions, so I'm just going to throw this in since we're talking about where we could move it. Did you consider at all moving it further back? There's about 18 feet before you hit the setback on the north side, and it's obviously closer to the road setback than it is to the backyard setback. Was there any discussion about pulling it further back on the property?
So the further back I move it, the further I go into the trees and the vegetation that's screening it from the rear yard. So I was trying to get a happy medium of putting this in an area where there was the least amount of trees. The more I shove it backwards, this 32-inch tree comes into jeopardy. This 12-inch tree comes into jeopardy, and everything back here. So I really thought that, again, based on that photo that I had provided and being out there, this was in an area that was primarily lawn.
Just one more on my side. So you mentioned, you started the conversation by saying she had a business that she shut down 2 years ago. If this were to go through, would she be willing to commit that that business is not going to start up and not be using the sports court?
She has folded that business, and it's no,
Say again.
she's folded the business. It's not an operation out of her house.
Mhm.
She's moving on to something different, and she's committed to it not being in her house.
Would she accept a condition that there'd be no home-based business?
Including the court.
Well, she would certainly accept that the court could not be used as a moneymaker for lessons and stuff like that. I do need to question for David about what does that limit her to do? Like, if she wanted to do something online in her house, would that prohibit her from doing that? And
So that would, it's all minor versus major home occupation. What she was going for with the withdrawn application was a major home occupation.
Mhm.
So, if she's just running a business off of her computer, or she's filming herself doing workouts or whatever, that's not a business that we regulate at all. So
Okay.
No,
That-
but
that's-
we're talking about, it's Commissioner Cannog.
Mhm.
We're talking about, she had people actually coming to the house and she was doing gym things with them, right?
Yes.
And now she's not. And the question is, would she accept a condition that she wouldn't seek permission to do that? At certain times, the neighbors seem to feel that her plan is to get this approved and then come back with an application to do that. So would she agree that she wouldn't, she would be, by virtue of having this approved, that she wouldn't be, she wouldn't in the future seek to have the place used as a gym in the way that.
He's more comfortable there. This feels more like my office where I'm sitting down at my computer.
Hi, David Rucci, I'm Trent Rucci. We withdrew the application before for the office, the major home office. And one of the reasons that it was withdrawn, honestly, was the fact that she had gotten so much neighborhood pushback when we had put it into the application. And there had been in the past some complaints made on that application as well. And in the end, she just said, you know what, I want to live in this neighborhood and I don't want, the neighbors to, hate me for being here. And as such, she did take that business down. She was always moving that business more to something like online, where she could be sort of more of an influencer. And that's kind of what she's doing now. She's not having any classes in the house. She's not having any more anybody coming over and teaching classes. I think to your point, Mr. Canag, about whether or not she would agree to a condition for the tennis court. I think she probably would, but what I would ask the commission to do is just, you've made it very clear, at least so far with some of your comments, that if she does ever come back for a major home office application, it's not going to be looked at very fondly based on the fact that we're talking about this now with the tennis court. So I'm not sure you can tie a tennis court to that type of a condition. You can certainly say the tennis court cannot be used for any sort of major or minor home occupation. I think that's fair. I'm not sure that you could say, well, something in the house is, somehow tied to the tennis court special permit.
If we did tender that as a condition, would that be acceptable or not?
I think that she would agree to it at this particular point. Everything she's done so far has to shut down her business. So my guess is that she would agree to it. Obviously, she's not here, unfortunately, right now. She was traveling this particular month. We thought we were going to have it last month. So I can't answer that question directly, but if that's what the commission put on her application, she would have to make any sort of approval. She would have to make that decision as to whether she wanted to come back and see if that condition could get removed. So if that was a condition that this commission felt was appropriate for approving this particular special permit, I would agree to it from her perspective, at least today. But I can't talk to her right now to find that out, but I do know that everything she's done thus far has been to shut down that business. And I
Just
think,
got a text from her assistant says, yes, she would probably agree, no major business permit.
okay, so it sounds, yes. So the answer is yes, Mr. Knight.
I have a question. Commissioner Swerdlow here. My questions are about the actual court itself. You said you were going to cut and cover. Are you going to cut at all?
Slight amount of cut on the north and south sides, but for the most part, it's infill.
So do you end up with a 2 to 3 foot wall at one point in
No,
order to accomplish that?
no, there's no walls proposed as a result of this.
But you will be bringing up the land on one side 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah, the side that's interior to the property closest to her house and driveway. And we're taking the runoff from this court. We're putting a drain at the low, basically it's like a tabletop.
Yeah.
We're kicking it this way. And over here, we're putting a drain that goes the whole span. But that takes all that water and it puts it underground.
But actually level the paper and you'll have to have where your fill is, you'll have to have something supporting that.
What I've got shown is basically a fill pack going all the way around. I don't show any walls. I can achieve this grading
No,
without
that's,
walls.
I take your word for it. Just asking the question.
Oh.
Tennis courts have to be surrounded by fences. What will you do here?
Yes, she'll put well, there's a fence there's already a fence on the east side. She'll put a fence on the north and south sides. And again, that's why we were proposing 10 to 12 foot trees to hide that, the taller fence.
So just 3 sides will be fenced, not the 4?
I don't think she really wants to fence the side that's between the pool and the tennis court.
Well, that will mean that all the balls will be going to the pool at some point.
We could look into that. I mean, I don't see it's interior to the property.
All right.
So. yeah.
Anyway, the fences are usually at a tennis court anywhere between 6 and 12 feet high.
Mhm.
What is she proposing?
I think she's proposing 10 foot on the north and south sides. I'm pointing
Okay,
at the screen.
2 more quick questions. How do you shrink a tennis court? All tennis courts are 60 by 120 and they have setbacks on either side as well.
So there's a lot of dead areas in the ends of the courts. So you can bring that in, and also in the corners, you can cut those corner camphor as we call it. And those aren't really areas that are playable for the most part. Again, she's not hosting a tennis tournament here.
I
This
understand
is a private use and enjoyment. So we spoke with the court company that's going to build this, and they said this is the minimum size you can get and still have it function as a tennis court.
So just in context, I play a lot of tennis.
Mhm.
And unless you're going to a singles court, which is she?
This is probably a singles court. Yes, I mean it's
Almost all courts are doubles courts.
okay. This is probably a singles court because it's like you said, it's only 52 wide.
Yeah. So she's building a singles court because you do play on surfaces of the court that are not within the court themselves.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is stating that this size is the final size of the court.
Yes, we're not going to come back and try to get a bigger court.
And the fences will be on those lines.
Yes,
Okay. Any lighting?
no lighting.
Thank you.
I have another question. Are you gonna use this for pickleball?
So it's a sport court, so she'll probably have her kids playing basketball on it. She might play pickleball on it. They might do whatever would do on the sport court.
So since there's no lighting,
Mhm.
would you agree that you wouldn't attempt to use the court after dark?
She will agree as a stipulation that she can't illuminate it with, fixed lighting. Sure. I mean, I don't know, can you put on a private property that you can't go out and use your patio? I mean, she certainly would agree to no lighting on it.
Well, my concern is that the pickleball in particular is of a concern because of the noise that is made when you hit the ball.
Mhm.
And the neighbors are annoyed by hearing that noise.
Mhm.
And so in one recent application, we for the field club, we said, had to be, couldn't, had to stop at 10 PM. So, that's the concern. We wouldn't want noise, from pickleball, invading the neighborhood, in the middle of the night.
So
Yeah.
just for clarification, in our zoning regulations, we don't define pickleball, tennis, basketball. It's just a sports court. So just be cognizant of that. And then, as far as the, requirement of the field club, that's an institutional use in a, residential zone. So that's why we can condition something like that. This would probably just have to be dictated by a noise ordinance. Noise ordinance starts at 10 PM. So if the neighbors have an issue, they would
Okay.
have to call the police.
Thank you.
So can I follow up on that for a moment? Is this a hard or a soft court?
Hard.
It is.
Are there any wetlands on the property? Because some of the neighbors' letters reference wetlands.
So the only potential wetlands is at the outfall of the drainage easement. So if you can still see my cursor here, this is where the street drain comes out and it goes out over here. And, this is way more than 100 feet away from wetlands, and Mrs. Holland has signed off on this.
Thank you.
So it's only that northwest corner that's potentially wetlands?
Right, because again, that's the outfall of the drainage easement, so.
Mhm. Commissioners, anything further?
No, sir. Not from me.
Anything else, Mr. Frangione?
Just waiting to hear what the neighbors are going to say.
We have a lot of neighbors here. Would like to make this orderly, and I would ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and less if possible. And ideally, if there's going to be multiple people addressing the application, try not to be repetitive with the comments. We just want to keep things moving. So neighbors who would like to go first?
And so we'll do in person first and then anyone on
Yes,
Zoom.
yeah, in person first, and then if there's anyone on Zoom, we'll do that. Please step up to the podium. State your name and your address, and then
Good evening. My name is Kurt Townsend. My wife and I live at 80 Rilling Ridge, which is 2 houses down from Miss Tucci. I did write a letter to the commission in June expressing our opposition to this tennis court. But the more I was thinking about the prospect of it being built, I felt compelled to come to the meeting. The New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission has enacted the regulation of a setback of 150 feet from the front property line. This has protected the privacy and thus the quality of life for neighbors. So on what basis does Ms. Tucci think she should be allowed to build a tennis court that is 45 feet from the street? If the measurement was just under the 150 foot limit, I could understand requesting a special permit. But this is not even close to that distance. If she is allowed to build to within 45 feet, precedent will be set. And what is the next distance someone will want? Pretty soon we could have tennis courts bordering streets all over the town. In addition, given Ms. Tucci's past practice of misleading her neighbors and refusal to follow town guidelines by operating a business for almost 2 years without a permit, we are concerned about other issues or other uses she has in mind for this project. Though the application is for a tennis court, we fear she may use it for pickleball, which is allowed, or roller hockey, or even incorporate it into her business, if ever approved. This will also increase the noise pollution associated with the court. For these reasons, we sincerely hope the commission agrees that this court, within only 45 feet from the front property line, is too close for Rilling Ridge. We ask that you please enforce the setback of 150 feet and deny the special permit in order to maintain the overall aesthetics and tranquility of our neighborhood and all of New Canaan. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
So you can only share photos if you had sent it ahead of time, just because it's a hybrid meeting. So if, I don't think you sent it to us yet, just for fairness, unfortunately. I mean, I can show something. I can show something. No, but it's just for commissioners, other members of the public. It's just if it's something from the app, if it's close to something on the application, I can show it on the screen that way.
Commissioner online is recused himself.
But it's also just for the public as well. We
Yeah.
can't
People
only
rewatching
show
us.
stuff to the
Yeah, we
commission.
can't.
My name is Federico Marsili. I have been living here in New Canaan for 10 years. When I joined this community, my first interaction, as for most people, is with a broker, the real estate broker. And what that person said was a leading realtor here in New Canaan about this property or about this cul-de-sac. I read from what is still online in Zillow. Beautiful new construction, meticulous build with the fine material, blah, 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 locating on a quiet cul-de-sac minutes from town. Far down, wonderful cul-de-sac in the historic Zimmerman area of New Canaan. That's what I bought at face value. So historic Zimmerman and quiet cul-de-sac. It's 150 feet rule there for something. I ask you that question. When we move, we build our outdoors. And we did quite a big investment with Hoffman, which you might know. And I wanted to build a pool. And when I wanted to build a pool, Hoffman told me, you can only build your pool behind your house. And it's a very shady area, so I couldn't build my pool there. And say, why we cannot build it there, which was sunny? Because there is a rule. The rule says 150. So I'm not going to challenge the rule. I decided to buy this property in a 1 acre area. I could have bought it in a 4 acre and then build my pool, but I didn't. Instead, I joined a club. I'm part of the New Canaan Field Club where I play tennis and I have a pool. So why this should be different for her and not for me, where I just follow the rule? Would you take out the 150 rule? I don't think so. You should not. I want to refer now to Francione's presentation. I read that he gave 3 examples in that presentation. Today, he mentioned 7 others. I couldn't follow on those 7s. I don't have the time. The 3 examples that he gave in the original presentation are 2 miles away from our cul-de-sac in Reeling Ridge. 2 miles away, not in the historical Zimmerman mine area. One of them in a 5.5 acre property. Yes, the 3 of them in front of the house. So I researched myself using Google Maps. I don't have other tools. How many tennis courts are in the area of Zimmerman historic area? I counted 5 active tennis courts. 1 right in front of Francione's house. 1 in 220 Carter. 2 in Pasture Lane. 1 of them in a very big property again. And 1 in 337 Valley Road, 6 acre property. And there's 1 more, 1 dead court. That was the picture that I was trying to show that I cannot show you. It's a very ugly tennis court that Mr. Francione, as he said, has to see every day. It's right in front of one of the most lovely ponds that we have in our area. Right in front of that lovely pond, we have this dead tennis court. I cannot blame the current owners. Probably when they bought it, it was already abandoned. But when you approve a tennis court, you don't know what could happen in 5 and 10 years. That's why in town, we have tennis courts in Mid Park, where my kids learn to play tennis. And we have 2 clubs, and everyone can play that on top of the one in the high school. So when I decide to buy a 1 acre property, it's my responsibility then to follow the rules. And that's what I have been doing. And I expect the others to do the same. I don't have much more to say, but I expect only one decision from the commission. I hope I'm right on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Yes, hi, my name is Carolina Kanda, 21 Rilling Ridge. So we are, I think it's east of 57.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be very quick. We have a bedroom that is occupied by for one of my sons who is in high school. That bedroom faces exactly where that sport court is gonna be. I understand the barrier with trees and everything, but there is no barrier for noise of pickleball mostly or tennis. And that bedroom is where my kids sleep, study, and do everything. That tennis court is gonna be around 50 feet from my property line. So it's a bother for us having that very close to our house. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
First of all, I want to thank the commission for their efforts so far in upholding the laws
Please
of
state-
this town. My name is Chip Stepaker. I'm at 36 Rilling Ridge, directly across the street from 57 Rilling Ridge. I really want to make 4 points regarding our opposition to this permit application. First one's around the setback requirements. Second one's around noise. Third is around property values, and the fourth is around drainage. In terms of setback requirements, we've heard the numbers. You know, this is a major material exception to the setback requirements. But I think what you need to look at is this in totality, not just the 100-foot change in the setback requirements. What we're looking at is not just the 47 feet to the road, but you've got 53 feet to the Silvermine property, the Mize Dorfman property, and you got 56 feet from the Marsili property that you've heard about. What this means is this sports court is basically shoehorned into a spot that really doesn't deserve to be developed in this way. You're close to, it's really interfering with 3 neighbors. It's not just one neighbor, it's 3 neighbors. They're all here tonight to talk about it. And I really encourage the commission to come out to the site because these photographs and these aerial views don't really help really understand what's really happening on this property. It really is shoehorned into a spot that's really tight to not just the property lines, but also the structures that are on the properties that we're talking about. In terms of noise, I'm very concerned about pickleball. That was raised already tonight. And even if Ms. Tucci is not planning to play pickleball, and maybe she is, maybe she isn't, any future owners may want to put up a pickleball court. And as you probably know, it costs less than $500 to convert a tennis court into a pickleball court. You just draw a couple new lines, you get a net, and you're up and running. If it would be helpful to the commission, I'm happy to leave a study that was in the New York Times from an acoustical engineer about the sound levels of pickleball, because everybody knows the sound is an issue. But this acoustical study says that and this gentleman has consulted across the entire country. He's really the renowned expert. Is that pickleball is recorded peaks of 85 decibels, and as you know, the ball gets hit a lot. So 85 decibels, and any decibel level above 80 can cause hearing damage. So it's a really invasive noise. It's not like tennis, which is less than 60 decibels. We're talking about 85 decibels. So it's a really, and again, thinking about we're 50 feet from 3 neighbors with decibel levels of 85, that's a serious problem. Third thing, property values. I think it's been mentioned. We're on a quiet cul-de-sac. We all bought, and our property values reflected that we are on a very quiet, pristine cul-de-sac. Our property values will definitely decline as a result of if this application is approved. And the last thing I'll mention is drainage. In the 24 years we've lived at 36 Rilling Ridge, we have not had any drainage issues on our property. But we've lived on that street long enough to see how the drainage actually works in storms that we've had over that period of time. One of the prior owners of 57 Rilling Ridge, the Russells, when they did their major renovation, probably about 20 years ago, they had major flooding issues after their in their renovation project. They had to pump water out of their basement onto the street, into the storm drains. And that was an issue for us because there ended up being water actually coming across the street into our property. In conclusion, I want to express my outrage that our neighbor has already started the excavation work that assuming this application would be approved. We've been living in the last 3 weeks with trees being removed, with the largest bulldozer I've ever seen, moving soil around and digging up rocks, as well as a orange dumpster that's bigger than anyone I've ever seen sitting in the middle of her backyard for the last 3 weeks. I hope the commission can come visit the property because this is really damaging to our town and our neighborhood. And if this application is approved, I expect you will see some for sale signs on Rilling Ridge, including mine.
So I'll clarify very quickly that last comment about the work starting. Rob Frangione had reached out to me a couple weeks ago about doing some prep work. And so as of right, you're permitted to disturb 5,000 square feet of soil on your lot without a permit. And I had stated that if they wish to do that, it was at their own risk to do that. And if it were denied, they would have to restore everything as is. So I just want to clarify that they had been given an okay by town staff, and we can talk about that at a different point, but that is where that comes from.
We have one more neighbor who's on the Zoom, Samantha Brooklyn.
We'll get to her.
So just real quick, restore if trees are coming down.
So you can cut down 5,000 square feet of trees on your yard right now if you wanted to, and I can't do anything about it. So.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak?
Yeah, there's.
She's on Zoom. Her daughter.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's on Zoom.
So no one
Okay,
else. in
is there
person?
anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, then we'll go to Zoom World.
She's on the Zoom. I see her. So.
Hi, please state your name and address.
My name is Samantha Dorfman, and I live at 815 Silvermine Road. I appreciate the Zoom. I'm so passionate about this. I had a pretty major surgery a week ago, and I'm not being allowed to attend by my doctor. But I feel so strongly about this that my husband and daughter are physically there, but I appreciate this opportunity to share our perspective. We've lived in New Canaan for 30 years. We own multiple properties in this area, so we are emotionally and financially committed to this area, or we were, and we feel very strongly about it. I'm going to touch on 5 things, and I'll try not to be redundant. The first thing is it's fascinating to see these photographs and these plans, because what they don't show is context. I have not been able to get one document from the city or from Amy Tucci herself or the attorney that shows the context and the impact on the properties. And I'll talk about our property, for example. Though the tree, the Google map, which is incredibly deceiving, and I know that wasn't the intent, is quite different when you're in the space. We have our well, one of our septic tanks, our pool equipment, as close to the fence as legally possible. We think there's tremendous risk to that. Amy Tucci's property is at a higher elevation than ours, so guess where the soil erosion and the water comes? And so I'll get into specifics around this, but let me get through this whole thing because I know time is of the essence. I would strongly recommend to the board that they visit this so they can physically see it, because I can hear and see the kids in the pool, and I hear no other neighbors. And so I'm telling you, this will be a huge impact to certainly our property, and we will likely put this and maybe another property up for sale. That's how strongly I feel about it. We bought this really as a sanctuary, and moving this pool, putting in this sports court impacts our sanctuary, the pool area. I will not be able to use my office to conduct my work. And if there are evening games, this will impact our master bedroom. So none of this can be seen from this beautiful drawing. So I think if the board is really considering this, they ought to walk the different properties, because I can see all of this from here. And the thought of a big court with a fence going up that fundamentally changes my property value, my family's quality of life, the infrastructure, and by the quality of life, it's privacy. She may not put lights on that court, but if past behavior predicts the future, my guess is she'll put it on her house or her pool, and it will just happen to light the court. So I do not want to be a policeman or monitor my neighbors. So if there's a well contamination, and I was told this by multiple people in the city, I would have to sue. And so if the city and Ms. Tucci's engineer feel that this is really viable and it does not put my home at risk for any sort of well contamination, or impact to the other equipment, which doesn't show at all. All the photographs we saw showed the house, which is set back. And I actually had several brokers come out and give us an estimate, not brokers who would be representing us. And the decrease in our house value would be significant. And my guess is we're not the only ones. So the impact of this simple variance impacts not just Rolling Ridge, it impacts some of us on Silver Mine Road. And I say this carefully, but based on the last 2 years, and I've never met Ms. Tucci, she always has a representative deliver whatever it is. She has not been truthful. The hearing in May, I had written her a letter, and she responded to my letter blaming Mr. Rucci for not giving her our names so that we were made aware, even though our names are clearly on the map that she gave me. She told me she had not applied for a sports court. She told me this in May, and I shared that letter with the planning and zoning department. So my concern is the rest of us are following the rules. You heard from several people talk about they didn't get their pool. We've followed every rule, paid every tax. And so I'm curious why the city would bend over backwards to give a significant variance, 66% variance on one of the setbacks, to a woman who defied the rules you set up to begin with and only stopped when enough noise was made, and then the fire department got involved. And so I don't care what people do with their properties, except when it impacts my quality of life, my financial standing. And so I would ask you to think about the broader community and not just one individual. And if you're seriously considering approving this, I would really ask that physically you come out to this area and see what you can see from my property and what you can hear from my property. Secondly, if you, and this will be the end of my comments, if you do decide to approve this, which I really hope you don't, I believe there needs to be a retaining wall and fence along the property line, mutually agreed to in materiality and design, but paid for by Ms. Tucci. And I believe there need to be serious penalties put in place for her not adhering to the guidelines, because this woman has a law degree. She knew what she was doing. So in 2 years, she was fined $400, and that is an amazing return on an investment. And so I'm really imploring you to deny the application. If you're considering it, physically visit the site and think about what it looks in the winter, because it looks very, very different, and to put penalties in place for someone who hasn't adhered to your own rules and regulations. And again, I really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Zoom land that would like to speak to this application? Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant on this? They've already.
Can I just respond to some of those?
Sure.
Thank you, David Rucci. I think that it just needs to be clear for the commission. I know they know this because they've seen this rule a lot of times. The 150-foot setback is a restricted area per se. It's not an actual setback as per structures. So technically, and I know a lot of the public doesn't necessarily know that, you can build things like a house right at the 45-foot line, the front foot setback line, if you chose to do that. When you have a tennis court like this, or you have a pool, the commission has, and the Planning and Zoning Commission has given applicants and owners of property the right to come in, and if you can meet the special permit criteria and show that what you're asking for, which is a tennis court in this particular case, that is a tennis court use is allowable in the zone, as is a paddle court, as is a pool, and as is, a pool house and those sorts of things. You just have to talk to the commission and show them a couple different things. Number one, you have to show that there's no other place that you can essentially put it, which I believe that we have in this particular case. I mean, from the front property line all the way to the back is only about 225 feet to begin with. So no matter where you tried to put this, you were always going to be forced with this 150-foot setback. And in addition to that, we have a long curb on this particular piece of property where, technically this could almost be like a side yard. If it's not for the way Reeling Ridge comes sort of and curves around in that particular case. And I would also say that, as far as some of the comments go, a lot of, we can't, being 50 feet away in the back. I mean, this court, had it not been for the 150, could have been put 25 feet from the side and 35 feet from the rear, and as of right. So I understand the complaints that some of the neighbors may have, but that's completely allowable in the zone as far as where you place that particular court. And the special permit criteria has given us the right to come and request that particular this particular court from this commission, so long as we meet the criteria. And I say that, and I would say that we have met the criteria. And I would also say that we've done everything possible to try to rescreen this property so that it doesn't affect the neighbors. Obviously, the comments that are made tonight have been made in the past and has been very detrimental and, quite frankly, offensive to Ms. Tucci. And it's unfortunate that the neighbors feel that strongly about her. I mean, obviously, she's not pleased about that either, but nonetheless, we're not here because of that. We're here to ask for a tennis court within this 150-foot structure restricted area. And, being this far away from the street, we're not going to have any drainage issues. We have an engineer who's if there are drainage issues, which apparently have been mentioned already on this property or on other properties in the area, they already exist. So what we're doing ultimately, in my experience, and I think experience of many engineers, once you start developing on a property, you tend to make the drainage better because you're picking up the water and you're holding it more than has been done in the past. This part of the property as well, I mean, whether you have a court there or anything else, there's always going to be potentially noise. I mean, you could put volleyball up every summer. You could put badminton up every summer. You could play wiffle ball every day. You could have kids out there all the time. And, you know, all these people move into these neighborhoods so they can be outdoors. And there's going to be noise. And if there hasn't been noise in the past, I mean, there's already been comments made today about how the noise is, they can hear the kids in the Tucci's pool. Well, that's just the way it's going to be in these neighborhoods. And there's nothing wrong with that. And it's disappointing that others, you know, don't want to hear other people on other pieces of properties, but you know, that's a property right we all have to enjoy our yards and to enjoy our open spaces. So yes, it's difficult to hear this as an applicant, that the neighbors are so upset about it, but we have to put it in perspective to what we're actually asking for and what we've provided this commission as far as the location of this particular piece of this tennis court. The fact that, yes, we will agree as a condition that it never be used as far as any sort of major home office or minor home office. It's a smaller court than that has been, that's a regular standardized tennis court and has been placed in a position that has already dense screening, has additional screening that we've added. We're not opposed to adding even more screening if that was a condition of the commission. And I can let Mr. Frangione talk if to any of the comments about the water on the property. But once again, this is not an unusual request. This is not somebody trying to get away with something. This commission has seen numerous applications with this 150-foot restricted area. And one of the major things that this particular commission looks at is whether you can put it anywhere else. And in this particular case, with the drainage easement on one side, with this long curvature of a front yard in the front, with the setbacks that we have and the fact that we only have a 200-foot, 225 feet from essentially the front to the back of this property, this really would be the only particular place that you could actually insert any type of court or any sort of accessory use. So that's all I have. And I don't know if there's any additional questions.
Mr. Ritchie, I just want to confirm, because I feel like it's probably going to be a big issue. This no major or minor home business, we're talking about the house as well as the court.
Correct.
Just wanna make that
I
clear.
have
Thank
a
you.
question for you as well. Some things just don't add up for me, so maybe you could make clarification here. The first thing is that I've never seen anybody build an undersized tennis court, especially when they're going to this effort. We were told that you're building a singles court. Is that true?
Honestly, I'm not sure exactly what kind of court that's been. It's really called a sports court that goes in. My understanding is a tennis court because we have a tennis court company putting it in. There should be, are there specs on? Was that put into the record?
We don't have those specs. Again, this is my conversations with the tennis court company. They said this is the minimum dimensions that you could have on this to play tennis comfortably. Again, it's a sport court. It can be used. They'll probably have a basketball net and play basketball on it. It's a multiple use court that they can also play tennis on.
That's what I understand. I'm looking at minimum sizes right now on the web on tennis courts, and what you've described is actually a minimum size just to play singles without any setbacks or anything. The second thing I'm confused about is why would you choose to build a hard court?
I don't have the answer to that question either. I mean, my guess is from representing other applicants in the past is that you use a hard court because you can play more things on it. For instance, basketball, instead of using, instead of clay, you're not going to really be able to do that with clay. But my guess is that that's probably the rationale behind it. That's what I see a lot more of nowadays when people come through applicant. I don't really see a lot of clay courts or anything like that anymore.
Okay.
That's my gut.
Thank you.
Sure. My question is probably for both of you, because Sarah, but we don't regulate the noise. We don't regulate a lot of things. We regulate the setbacks. And you're suggesting that I'm not understanding the 150-foot rule correctly. You said that would be allowed by right according to the side setback and the rear setback, and that I'm misunderstanding. I should really be focused on the 45. You said you could build a house 45 feet from the road. But I'm not misunderstanding. You can't build a tennis court
Correct.
45 feet from the road.
You can't, my point with some of the comments were made is that you're trying to shoehorn into the back where you're 55 feet from this or 35 feet from back. My point is that when you put the tennis court in, you still have to, all you're complying with is the setbacks, right? Whether it's a side or a rear yard. The difference here is that you have this 150-foot restricted area.
What does that mean for me and for everybody
So for the
else?
150-foot restricted area, I want to say it went in 07. Okay, yeah, 07, that big reval. And it was a rule at the time that people were very concerned about, they were talking a lot at the time about Greenwich and these big fences that were going in Greenwich and all these structures that were being put right on the setback lines. And they're like, so they basically said, why don't we have a rule where we can look at that and see whether or not we want to regulate that vis-a-vis screening, vis-a-vis fencing, vis-a-vis whatever. And I'm just commenting because I had to sit through all those hearings when they were doing that. I didn't put actually a lot of focus on it until recently. We've had all these different meetings, but that was what the rule was designed to do, because you have your setback of 45 feet, which you could build a house on. Okay, but we're not talking about house, we're talking about accessory structure. So it all had to do with accessory structures, tennis courts, pools, barns, all those types of things. They just wanted to be sure. Really, they didn't want to see a house and then right in front of it, a pool, right? That was sort of what they were trying to get away from. In this particular case, it's a little different because you're really kind of looking off to this. It's really on the side, even though it's still considered in the front yard. And we see also a lot of this in some of the smaller lots in town where the lots are really small, but if they're on a corner, you're basically within both of the 150 feet, right? Wherever you put the pool. So, or whatever, or tennis court or barn. So my only point is that it's a restricted area that you look at vis-a-vis a special permit criteria, so that this board can look at the special permit and say, well, do they have enough trees? Have they dealt with drainage? Is there a way to screen it from neighboring properties? That's what generally it's designed to do anytime we go for a special permit, regardless of whether it's a front yard or anything else. Does that answer the question or no?
It does, and I don't think I have further questions. I think you answered it.
I have a question for the town planner. The submission, it notes that the 1 acre and 2 acre zone essentially just cut through part of this.
Yeah.
How, if at all, does that affect how we
So,
should think about this?
It doesn't really affect it at all. It's just a function of, like, you could build a house over a zone line if it met setback requirements. It's just whatever portions in the 2 acre zone has to meet at least the 2 acre setbacks. Whatever portion is in the 1 acre 1 acre zone has to meet 1 acre setbacks. So, and in this application, I believe they're preserving 2 acre setbacks throughout, but there are portions where they only have to meet 1 acre setbacks, which are even less restrictive.
I don't know why that zone line is drawn the way it is, but it is. I mean, it's unfortunate, but we took the more restrictive 2 acre zone accessory structure setbacks and we comply with those setbacks.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further?
And the public has their hand up.
Oh. Yes, please come back up to the podium.
Thank you. Kurt Townsend, 80 Rilling Ridge. Did I hear that the Miss Tucci bought a shed for her father? Did you?
No, my understanding is that her dad had it when he had the property. And then she bought it from him. That's my understanding.
So that shed's not there 3 years yet.
Plus or minus. I mean, I looked at an aerial from 2019 and I thought I saw something on there. She doesn't remember exactly. It's a shed though, it can move.
But we can see, well, my understanding is if it's a shed
Mhm.
that is within the 150 feet, you need a special,
No, you don't.
You do, it has to meet all setback requirements. So this got brought up to me yesterday.
Where is it?
It's in the front yard.
It's shown
I
on the
had
site
asked-
plan.
Yeah,
I
it's right
had
here.
asked Mr. Frangione to confirm if it had been there for 3 or more years, because then you don't need a special permit.
Shown inside the setbacks.
So
It meets setbacks requirements, but it's in the front yard, 150 feet. Even a shed that's less than 200 square feet and doesn't need a permit has to meet.
Still can't be in the front yard.
Yeah, but so if it was if it was there for more than 3 years, it doesn't matter. I'd asked Mr. Frangione to
Mhm.
clarify. And I mean, if it's not within the 150 feet, you could just, if the commission were looking to approve it, you could just ask them to relocate it.
Mhm.
I don't think that that is a reason for denial because it's a movable shed.
you could pick it up and you could empty it, pick it up and move it. It's, again, she doesn't remember exactly how old it is. I thought I saw in an aerial from 2019, something that looked like the outline of it. If we have,
on the property. Tucci's father is on it for less than 3 years. They moved in August of 2020, less than 3 years.
okay. So then we can pick it up and move it.
well, it's just
Or-
another example of skirting the laws or the regulations. She didn't get the special permit or didn't apply for it. So,
Shed.
thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything further? Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you, are you all comfortable closing it right now before you have all the information you need? Just confirm.
I am.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I think we are. This one's closed.
Thank you. No, stop sharing, sorry. Forgot about that.
Next application.
We want to take a couple minute break. It looks like a couple commissioners have gotten up.
Oh, did they?
I'm back. I'm back on, by the way, too.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a 5-minute break, just a little bathroom break, and then we'll be right back, okay?
Thank you.
This is defined as being in the front yard. That's a tough one.
We'll talk about it.
I'm just wondering, just the
Okay, yeah.
definition.
Definition. It is in the front yard because it's in front of the house.
Okay,
So that's why
Right.
it's in the front yard. Half of it is in front of the house.
it's just a hypothetical,
Yeah.
not relevant, because it is in the front yard, but if it was not in the front yard, if it was
This wouldn't
squarely in
be
the.
coming before you at all. And I would be signing up on the zoning permit. And no one would ever see it or be notified.
If it
about
was a side yard thing, those are totally allowed and done everywhere. And I thought it was odd that Ruchi didn't really tell us about that.
Defined by.
In front of the house.
So, so if the house were kind of moved up to the 45
Because that's what I,
foot line.
yeah, I'm staring at this saying that too.
You know, so basically, the further forward you build your house, the less you have to deal with this rule.
Exactly.
So if
I
you
mean,
were
the
to
road
build an ex-
curving complicates it. That's the problem
But
because.
if
the
you were
road
to
curve-
build an extension towards the road, I'm just being
Yeah, no,
obscene, I guess.
exactly.
I'm gonna solve it.
But I'm just trying to
If
play
it
this.
was your
out.
problem, what would you do?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
wait.
You'd
she
have a
could-
really big front porch.
Yeah, exactly. She could extend her sunroom and porch up to here.
I just was asking for definition, which she gave, so you know.
Interesting.
Gentlemen, ready? All right. This is our last application for the evening. 72 Park Street, upon application of 4 White Buffalo LLC, authorized agent for Fiona Sig, owner, for a special permit modification of section 4.2.d.1 to allow the White Buffalo permit approval for outdoor music without outside seating? What does that mean?
Without,
Without outside seating?
I think with like their existing outside seating that they
With
have.
existing outside seating. In front of entrance in courtyard area of seating for 1 or 2 times a week from April through October in retail A zone at 72 Park Street, map T, block 43, lot 829. Who do we have here from White Buffalo?
My name's Dominic Valenti. I'm one of the partners of the White Buffalo. We opened in 2019. We actually came in front of this commission. And we did not have a permit for outside usage. Lynn, I can't remember her last name, who was on the
Lynn
planning and
Brooks Abbey.
zoning board. When we applied pre-COVID, said, let's try it out. We're going to give you 2 events. We'll see how those 2 events go and we'll make a decision based on those 2 events. So we got that approved from the town. We went to the State Liquor Commission, told them that we wanted to amend our liquor permit. We were in the process of amending our liquor permit and COVID hit and everything shut down. So we weren't paying for liquor permits for a year, at least a year, maybe 2 years, but definitely 1 year. We didn't pay for our liquor permit. We had no use inside. So a lot of the restaurants started doing takeout and they amended the liquor laws to allow selling alcohol to the public with takeout as long as it wasn't open. So a lot of the rules had changed. And they also allowed and encouraged outside dining, which you saw a lot of the restaurants in town take advantage of. We took advantage of it as well. We set up outside. The town had no problem with it. People really liked it. And we just kind of went with it for, what was it, about a year? We didn't have an inside dining. So I think for like 1 year, we operated outside in the parking lot. And it could be 9 months. I'm not sure. I don't run it day to day. The gentleman who runs it had a family emergency. So we just want to amend the permit to, I don't think we've ever done twice a week. We usually do it 1 night a week. It's usually on a Friday or a Saturday night. Our state liquor permit has been modified and approved. There is a placard in our window right now, and it has been approved for outside dining and outside live entertainment. We were unaware of the fact. There was an article today in the New Canaanite that came out saying that, I forgot the word they used, but that we blatantly went against our liquor permit. Now, anybody that knows me or my family, we've been here for a really long time. We've had businesses in New Canaan for over 40 years. We actually had 137 Elm Street was our ice cream store, my family's ice cream store, for 30 years before we moved it to the Gramophone Video. So I kind of took it personal that somebody was saying that I was breaking the rules, especially when my brother-in-law was the chief of police, the past chief of police. So we've tried to follow the rules to the letter of the law. And it was a little offensive, but it is what it is. So we're hoping we can come to some kind of resolution and be good neighbors to the chef and other parties involved.
So currently, how many events a week are you holding?
Currently none, because the liquor commission about 3 weeks ago said, hey, you need to modify your permit. We had a complaint. We were unaware of the complaint to the liquor commission, so we ceased.
So prior to
But
that,
prior, we're probably once a week from when the weather gets good. So probably from like May, middle of April, depending on weather, to usually the last week in September,
Mhm.
sometimes into October. It's typically once a week. And we have had some complaints. I mean, we've tried to work with Chef Luis, who I've known for a long time. We've tried to work with him, trying to lower the decibel level. Because again, we want to be good neighbors. I mean, my two partners and I all live in New Canaan. We all have children in New Canaan. And we use the outside, honestly, more for sports teams. Like, we'll have like basketball, baseball, football parties for teams out in the parking lot, just because we don't want the kids running around in the bar, in the bar area. So we'll set up a table for 12 or 14 for the players. And we've done a fair amount of that over the last 6 months.
okay, go ahead.
Outside dining is, since COVID, important all over town. Town's been moving sidewalks, spending a lot of money trying to accommodate outside dining. Outside dining is a good thing. So I don't think anybody has a problem with the outside dining part. I think this is all about noise. And the other thing that you haven't mentioned, but it got brought up in that New Canaanite article, was the fact that cars come in and out. And so as a P&Z commissioner, I got to ask the question, about safety. If it's an active driveway and we're going to now have a more intense outside dining, and we're going to have more people out there, what is the traffic patterns and how can we be assured that it's going to be safe?
I would agree with that. I mean, we want to make sure our patrons are safe. I mean, we don't want anybody to get hurt, and we would certainly oblige by any ruling. We were talking about it on the way over here. We can certainly put barricades, movable barricades, because what happens is during the day that turns into a parking lot for the office tenants.
But that's not when you want to serve.
So we don't
anyway.
actually don't have the parking lot till 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So we don't start our outside dining till 5 o'clock. We don't set up, we break down all the tables every night and we set them
And
back
cars
up.
don't move after 5 o'clock.
Cars, well, no, because there's an easement in the chef parks. Mr. Franco has a covered parking area in the back. So there's actually an easement that comes down the staircase, that comes through the valley, that comes through the alley. That's a town easement that people can use, that park, that want to go to the middle of town. When we worked with Lynn, we weren't supposed to block that. We had to have like a ribboned off area so they could properly use the easement. But we would certainly, put up barricades if it made people safer, but it is active. I mean, Chef Luis parks back there. I think maybe a couple of his employees park back there. And they come in and out, maybe once or twice a night. I think we just have to make sure that they have the turning radius to come out. We could certainly accommodate that. That's not a problem.
Have you spoken to the police commission all about how to make this a safe environment for outdoor dining and live music?
Well, so Anna Maria, our officer, I can't remember her last name. I think she's the downtown officer. She made a comment I've never personally met her. But she had mentioned in the article some noise, but we have not, I've never met her and my manager's never met her. So.
Sarah, is he referring to the officer that submitted
Officer
the letter?
Anna Maria, her
Yeah,
first name's Anna
Officer
Maria.
Cece.
Cece, yeah, Officer Cece. But we would certainly love to meet with her, and I think her concern in that article was the barricades. And again, we would be more than happy to put up any barricades that were needed.
So you're open to working with the
Absolutely,
police or the police
absolutely.
commission?
We want to be a good neighbor. Like, listen, we've been here. We want to be a good neighbor. We'll do whatever it takes.
And what are the, when you do have the live music once a week? I think the article said it shuts down by 10, but what time does it generally start? Like how?
You know, I can't tell you for sure because it changes a lot. So, you know, sometimes it'll start like happy hour, like 5 or 6 o'clock. And then you typically get like 3 hours.
Okay.
We never go past 10. I know some people have called the police and the police have showed up. We've never been cited. They said we've never, you know, broken the rules. And, you know, again, we're sensitive, and I've spoken to Chef Luis and he's a friend of mine, and I want to make sure that his business isn't affected. And if it is, it is. I mean, if there's got to be some give and take, we're happy to work with him and you know, and do whatever it takes.
Have you done anything to attempt to lower the noise? Like, I don't know if you're using amps or, you know, how the music's
I
getting
can't answer
projected.
that question because I'm not there a lot. It's funny because I used to hang out in bar rooms and restaurants all the time until I opened one. And then the unsolicited advice that comes with being a restaurant owner forces you to spend more time at home. So I haven't been spending a lot of time there. I do spend time there in the morning when I do the payrolls and stuff, but as far as hanging out there, I don't hang out there quite as much as I should.
So, I know that I have had to look up the apps, decibel meters. I know that there are many of them for the iPhones and we can measure sound. So I think that this is mostly a question of sound and whether the noise from live music is going to be a problem for neighbors, Chef Louis, you know, and disruptive, because outside dining is good for the town, good for your business. And I don't think that's the issue. And I think we can get through traffic patterns, but noise, it would be helpful for me if there was a number where Chef Louis said, listen, as long as you keep the decibels down below 90, my business is not affected. And the neighbor said, yeah, under 90 or whatever that number is. So if you could figure that
Happy to
out.
accommodate anything,
Yeah,
any
so
suggestion.
it just seems to me that if you had like an agreement between you, like you tested something with a decimal meter and Chef Louis said, yeah, as long as they do that. But when you invite School of Rock, right, and they just turn on their amps and crank it up to 11, you know, they don't know what the rule is. You know, if I was School of Rock, I'd crank my amp up all the way because it just sounds better that way.
I think they do by the train station.
Yeah, and they don't know, you know, that there's a limit. So I think if you figured out what that limit was,
we would certainly oblige by any, you know.
I can't tell you what that limit is. Only
And
you and Chef Louis and the neighbors could sort of
We
figure.
want to make sure we're good neighbors to everybody. We you know, we open this place to kind of be, honestly, my partners and I kind of open this place to, you know, we all have young kids in town, they all play sports and we use it. And we drive a lot of the business there. There's a lot of the sports teams and stuff. So we want to make sure this continues. And back when Lynn was there, I think when we did the special permit, I think she bulked the outside dining and the live entertainment together versus, you know. So, yeah, I mean, right now we don't have any outside dining because they told us to shut it down, but we'd like to get those tables back.
So they do already have approval for outdoor dining. It's just that right now they're only allowed infrequent one-off events in the courtyard. So the outdoor dining is already permitted. It's just basically the frequency of the live entertainment.
And to
that
be
you have
clear,
consider.
that outdoor dining area that's part of the alley, that belongs to the property owner.
Correct. It
of the
belongs to
building.
Fiona Sig.
Okay.
Yep.
This is Commissioner Chris. I would echo the concerns that Commissioner Engel made regarding noise, especially if you have live music. Then you want to talk, you got to talk more loud at a louder voice in order to be heard over the music, and it tends to escalate. Also, if you have music and alcohol, sometimes the energy level can get up and that can change the vibe of the place. And I guess thinking of disturbance more broadly would be something at least I would consider when thinking about this application. So I'll just put that out there for you, sir.
Like I said, we're happy to comply with anything, any suggestions you guys have. Again, we just want to be really good neighbors and you know, I find that it's funny because we get a lot of the older crowd that comes and they love to dance. They come and they dance when we have live music. So we've had a couple voice messages and we just said we're on hold until further notice. But I think I think a lot of the town kind of, they liked it. They kind of came and they had a drink and they left and they were curious and they popped their head around. And sure, you're going to get complainers, but you know, I can go down and if you were to go talk to some business owners that weren't restaurants, they would complain that all these tables are on the sidewalk. And I know 10 of them because I talk to them all the time, right? I have a snowplowing business and I shovel sidewalks in town and, you know, and you'll talk to them and, you know, even in the winter, there's tables out there. So, you know, you're gonna find complaints everywhere.
This is Commissioner Canard. You said that the police were called, but they didn't give you, they didn't take any action against you because you were under the noise limit.
Well, I think it was stated we were within the noise ordinance.
Okay, so is there a noise? Does the noise ordinance specify a level?
I don't know the answer to that question.
And do you know what that is?
45 decibels at the receptor's property line.
45 at night. I think it's 55 at day.
So you were always under that when the police came? to you?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to be dishonest to the commission. I don't know the answer to that
Peak
question.
at 80.
I'm sure we were over it.
Peak
At some points.
80 at one point.
Gotcha.
And I think when the police showed up, I think it was more of a time than it was a decibel thing. I think they wanted to make sure we didn't go over the specific, and it might be 10 o'clock. I'm not sure.
It is.
10 o'clock seems familiar, but I think they just want to make sure that we didn't go over the time and make sure the band was broken down by then.
I mean, for
just-
reference,
I
it
think
says
it's
that a
80
busy restaurant, 70 to 80 decibels normally.
Mhm.
So,
Nighttime class A.
I
noise
just,
zone.
this is Commissioner Radman. I just worry about if we're trying to define it or set a limit outside of the noise guidelines. Knowing the positioning and the proximity of your establishment and in particular relative to Chef Louis, for example, it's effectively around the corner, right?
Yeah.
There's no line of sight there. And there may be some ambient noise heard on the street, both at his establishment and elsewhere. But because you're sort of tucked away, that noise level is going to dissipate to the point where, you know, if you're at the entrance of the alley, it might be completely in compliance, even though you can still hear it. I just don't know how we would dictate something above and beyond what our noise ordinance already does to the commissioners. From your side, if the limit was one event per week, one music event per week, is there a particular night that's better for that event or worse for that event?
Well, I mean, the best night for us would be the best night for the restaurants too, right? It'd be a Friday or Saturday night. So, you know, the White Buffalo, if you came into the White Buffalo at 7:30, you won't find one person. Because what people have been doing is they've been going downtown, they stop at the White Buffalo, they have a cocktail, they might grab an appetizer, and then they'll go over to Chef Louis, or they'll go to Soleil, or they'll go to Elm, or they'll go to one of the other establishments, have dinner, have some wine, and on the way back to their car, they'll stop and have a drink or talk to some friends. And you know, typically when they do that, the band's already shut down. So, you know, it's that first kind of happy hour thing. Yeah, I mean, if it was one night a week, probably Friday or Saturday night would be the best night. I mean, we're not open Mondays and Tuesdays. And Sundays, you know, most of our patrons are out playing golf when the weather's good. Or they're at a sporting event with their kids.
And the event is typically weather dependent because of
Yeah, we've
outdoors.
canceled. I mean, last year, not so much because we were in a drought. So we never canceled anything. But this year, I think we've canceled like 5 or 6 events.
Commissioner Benton here. I have enjoyed the restaurant. I've also enjoyed Chef Louise. The issue I have is on the noise, and I don't know what the noise level needs to be. But when it is cranking there and you're dining outside of Chef Louise, you cannot have a conversation. And so it does impact their outside seating to the point where you'll move inside.
It's that loud.
Is that loud? So the question is, has been a point where there's been discussion, turn it down to see what that level would be? So it allows them to have outdoor dining at a normal level and still have music.
Well, I thought Jeff and I were working on this. I mean, when he called me, I don't know, it's probably a year ago. And he said, we need to, and I think I still have the text messages. I said, we're happy to, we don't want to be bad neighbors. We're not bad people. We want to make sure that everybody's happy. So I had sent some text messages back and forth, and I said, hey, we're going to have Rich lower it. And I have a text message saying, hey, how was it last night? And he said, it was actually really good. Now, I'm not saying that these bands, like you said, all of a sudden they rip up the ramps and then, we'll have to police it a little bit better, I would think. But I think we had at some point a level where I think he was comfortable and we were comfortable. I mean, so.
For me, I want to know what that number is because I want it written down so that whoever,
I could
is
certainly-
hired could see on the little sign posted, keep it under X,
I could
whatever that
certainly
is.
talk to these music guys and see what that, I can't tell you, I don't know.
Right.
But I can certainly.
Even
make
when I
some
look
phone
up
calls.
noise ordinance laws, they're all over the map. There is no one number. In Connecticut defines it one way, and each town seems to define it depending on what class zone you're in.
Right.
So it's really up to you and the chef.
Like I said, we're happy to work with Chef Luis. I mean, we don't want to be those guys. We don't want to be that business. So we're happy to do whatever we need to do. If you want to do like a preliminary, try it out, give us 10 events, we'll report back. We're happy to do that as well. I mean, we want to work with you guys. We want to work with the town, and we want to make sure everybody's happy. We want to be around for a long time is our goal. So whatever it takes, we're happy to oblige.
Just an idea. This may kill your vibe, but what about acoustic music? Are you open to that? instead
I
of
actually
electric?
like acoustic music better than I like band music, but
We do have.
and we do. I think we've had like a 1 or 2 piece set that comes and they do it, and I think it's been a pretty.
Some of the bands though are local
Yeah,
groups that we.
we've used a lot of the local groups. I mean, I think those are the guys that get encouraged to kind of turn it up a little bit.
But I like the band music.
I'm not saying I prefer that. I'm just trying to compromise.
Well, we can get an orchestra too if we had to. But again, like I said, we're happy to do whatever we need to do.
So to recap here, commissioners, this application is for an amendment to their special permit to allow the outdoor dining, but to also allow more than 2 events per year.
Per week.
Well, we can define what that is. Currently, the allowance is 2 events a year. So the modification is to that current special permit allowance.
The outdoor dining is already allowed.
Oh,
whenever.
sorry, the outdoor
Yeah,
dining is
right.
allowed, correct. And then we can condition that approval to the applicant's point. We can condition it on a certain number of events with a report back point. We can require the applicant to do a sound test and come up with an agreeable level that's agreeable to him and Chef Louis or whoever else is contesting this issue. But I think our goal here is to come up with a happy medium that all of these businesses can exist together on Main Street. We want to encourage all of you guys to survive and thrive, and not undermine your business model.
Also, is police commission maybe render an opinion that they're okay with traffic patterns, or that we're going to ask people to move their cars before or after the live event or whatever it is, but they should render an opinion before we sign off.
It should likely be because my understanding is that Chef Louis has like whatever tenant is in Mr. Franco's building, which is Chef Louis right now, they have right to park there. while they're while they're working. So I don't think, we can require them to move their car for White Buffalo to put on an event. So I think the proper condition for that would be to require that they put in some sort of barrier that is to the satisfaction of the police commission and the fire marshal, because my concern with a barrier may be you're then blocking a fire truck from being able to get in.
Sarah, can I ask a contextual question? Do we have any other restaurant in town that has requested outside music? And in fact, if we were to approve this, should we expect a flurry of Battle of the Bands applications, and why not?
The only restaurants that qualify for this, they have to have a private patio. And so there aren't that many of those in town. There's Uncorked, Pesca. Yeah. So I'm not aware of any other special permits for this, but I do think there are so few that this isn't going to set a very specific precedent, because I do feel like it's a very case by case thing, because everyone's private patio is very different.
And as a follow-up to that, is there any precedent of setting, for example, a trial period which would automatically end, or a review of the success impact?
Sorry, Art, you're breaking up. Might be the signal or our signal or.
Yeah, and my question, is there any precedent allowing us to do a trial period?
So I'm not sure if we've seen one of those before, but I mean, we require people to submit things by a certain date. We did that for Dunning Stadium. They had to get something to me by July 1. So I think it's completely reasonable to require that, hey, 5 weeks from now, we're all going to come back to confirm that what we've approved is kosher.
Well, we've had a precedent before in institutional applications where we've asked them to come back to us and report back on traffic,
Yeah.
event usage, capacity requirements, Grace Farms, for example. Who else? Silver Hill.
St. Luke's has
St.
to
Luke's.
report things all the
So
time. Yeah.
we've done that for institutional uses. I don't recall ever doing it for a retail or business use in town.
I agree.
So. But let's, do you have anything else to add in terms of the presentation?
Nope.
So why don't we thank you for
Yeah,
the
thank you.
presentation. We'll hear from the public, and if there's anyone. Absolutely.
Susan Moore,
Yeah, just come up to the podium and
parked underneath. And I work late, and my only concern is getting out. So when I leave, I make sure I have my spot is parked in, I'm backed in. And if it's crowded, I get nervous because I have to leave. And some people park on the brick wall, so it's very narrow to get out. And I got stuck one night. I couldn't leave because somebody parked their car, and I called the police because I couldn't get out between that. And I'm not out at 6 o'clock. I work till 8:30, and I'm fine with them doing what they're doing, but I also want to feel comfortable when I'm leaving to get out. And then sometimes the next morning, the tables are still left out. It should be pushed in so that I come in the morning and I can park. And that's my only issue.
Would you feel that it might solve your issue if it was very clearly striped where your car is going to be,
Well,
that
so-
basically we can't block the stripes?
That's it. I don't know what he's talking about, a barrier, because I'm not moving my car, to come back into work to find a spot to leave at night. So I don't know how the barrier is. All I know is when I come in the morning, I back in so that I know when I leave, I can see ahead of me, because I can't back out of it with all the people there. So I make sure I go like that. I just think that sometimes it's close. And that's where my concern is. I mean, I don't want to hit anybody. My lights are on. And if I see kids, I always say, please keep them back because I'm going to be leaving or something like that. Like everything else doesn't bother me. I just get concerned with that.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, just for back to the microphone. Can you just state your name again?
Leslie Zeitlin.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else from the public? How are you?
So as you know, my name is Luis Lopez. My biggest concern is the volume, the level of the volume. Because the way the building where my restaurant is structured, it echoes the music. And you were in the restaurant about a year ago, we had this conversation and you approached me, remember, and you say that it wasn't right because it was very loud when you were eating with your family and inside. But the issue is that only happen when you say it. And when you're not involved, it doesn't happen. So that's a problem.
Change that.
And that's the only issue I have, you know, so it's nothing that, you know, everybody has the right to do business and I'm very happy that everybody does business. But my part of business when it's music is that. So that's my only concern. Okay, know you for a very long time and we're friends for a very long time. So I had no issues with the way they do business. It's just the loud music, it interfere with our business. Okay, so that's all I have to say.
Any concerns with the frequency?
Well, if the music is played in the right way, they can have music every night. It doesn't matter. But if they blast the music every night, and then I'll be very honest with you, I already consider another spot to move the restaurant because I really don't want to be confrontational. I don't want to have issues with anybody. I'm rather they do what I feel that is right for me and for the business, and that's it. That's the way I see it. All right. So thank you for your time, and that's where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public or in Zoom land would like to speak to this? Yes. Come on up.
I'm Sasha Demetris. I live at 48 Summer Street, and I actually recently discovered the White Buffalo. I believe he's one of the owners at the New Canaan Butcher, and we had a nice conversation about making tacos from beef organs. It was fantastic, and he said I should visit the White Buffalo, and I did. And it was nice, and you know, I've lived here about a year, and you know, I might be the youngest head of house. You know, I'm maybe young enough to be a lot of your kids, but I love meeting you guys. I have conversations with people at Zoombox and New Canaan Muffin, and I always find a nice conversation, despite if you only saw this town hall, you might think that the population's a little bit mean, but everyone's really nice. And I would love the opportunity to visit for live music and you know, meet more people, because it's always a fun experience, and I would advocate for the solution to be found. You know, meeting the people that work there, it seems like what they're saying, they're, you know, speaking in good faith. It's not like they're going to sneakily raise the volume and anger everyone else at some later date. So yeah, as a citizen, I'd enjoy this and like to advocate for a solution instead of just tabling it till next year.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public in Zoom land that would like to contribute? Okay. Commissioners?
Is there any urgency to us making a decision? I don't know how important it is that this be during the warm weather months, this experiment, but I just wonder, I'm wondering whether the applicant cares whether we pick a number and we pick a standard and we say, go ahead and try this for whatever, 5 weeks, and then come back to us and start the experiment sooner, or is this not, is there no deadline on this?
Well, according to the applicant, the live music sessions are going to end at the end of September, beginning of October. So we really only have about 8 or 9 weekends left.
So the sooner we
for this year.
decide, the better.
So it might behoove us to make a decision to evaluate at the end of the season how it went. And then further, after that, amend as necessary, either the whether or not the music's allowed or the frequency of the events.
Mr. Chairman, as Commissioner Chris, I wonder if we may want to leave it open and give an opportunity for the applicant and some of the neighbors. I mean, Chef Louis has mentioned some concerns regarding noise. There was a question, I think, from Commissioner Engel regarding police commission and the ingress and egress of vehicles and so forth, and even fire access if there's a barrier up. It would provide an opportunity for the applicant to address these issues. And then we would benefit from whatever information is produced during this time at our next meeting, and we can be perhaps more fully informed to draw a conclusion at that time.
I would agree.
So I would recommend just because this has been brought up for over a year. So I think the neighborly conversations have kind of stalled, and I don't think a month is going to assist in that. And on the other side of the coin, if you just condition the barriers and it needs police commission approval and fire marshal approval, if they can't come to an agreement or there is no solution, it doesn't happen regardless. So I think waiting an extra month then gains the risk that we're going to see this next summer instead of us being able to iron this out this season and then just have it work seamlessly next season.
But we could condition whatever judgment we make. It could be conditioned on getting police department or fire department
Exactly.
feedback and recommendation on whatever striping or barrier might be required.
Yes, we could do that.
Should we ask the applicant their preference, whether we make the decision or whether they come back to us with a resolution?
Can I make one additional point to that? Is that if we condition it on the police commission's traffic safety group as to whether a barrier or maybe striping is appropriate, and then delegate it to Sarah and staff to help the applicant arrive at kind of a music or level, then that would potentially allow us to have like an experiment period this summer and allow commerce to proceed this summer.
Correct.
I mean, I think the one thing that I fear about us keeping it open is then you leave a business in limbo for a fairly prime period of time. And it just kind of, quells that business, which is difficult, I think, given it seems the neighbors are relatively amenable to working through that element. Seems like the parties all seem to want to come to an agreement.
They do. I just want to be cautious in the traffic and the circulation through that area. Not only because of the, multiple property owners involved in the access to that rear parking area, but also the fact that the town has an easement through there. So there's a lot of liability factors associated with traffic going through there.
It is just a pedestrian easement, to clarify. It's not a vehicular easement.
But there's vehicular traffic going
Yeah,
through there that
yeah.
we need to address.
Yes, I was just
Oh, the
clarifying.
pedestrian,
Yeah,
well, even more so, you've got a pedestrian easement that's crossing vehicular traffic from one of the buildings that are there. So.
I mean, that's a situation that exists regardless of if they're. people
Understood.
there.
But it's something that, I'd rather get weigh in from police or fire on, an appropriate solution for that. Could be just striping. Could be a planter. We don't know. Right?
I mean, they do have outdoor dining right now, so we're not really approving the outdoor dining. So the outdoor, so they would have people there regardless of the
Correct.
music.
Correct.
I just want to try to segment the two things because I feel like if we try to say they wouldn't have people out there, if they didn't have music, it wouldn't be correct.
This Commissioner Chris, if we do move forward with a conclusion tonight, my own sense is to start off with a 1 day a week. That goes well, we can come back, we can move to 2 days a week.
I actually think that that's an unnecessary condition. The Chef Louis said he doesn't care if it happens every night. And I actually think that the most important thing is the decibel level.
It's the enforcement.
And the enforcement of that, not the amount of time. So I'd love it if, you know, if he did it every night and it was acoustic, and then everybody would love it. So, you know, if that's what his business is evolving into, more dependency on live music and events,
Like
then
that.
I don't want to restrict it by saying it, you're a 1 day a week kind of guy. That's not my call.
And you could think about like different technologies. I was thinking, you know, it's difficult if you're running the bar inside to run outside and check it. So if you had, trying to be creative here, if you had a decibel meter outside on the wall, and then the people inside could monitor it, say, oh, they're getting close to 80. We know based on our experience that 80 is when it gets into Chef Louis territory, and that's where we have to go outside and monitor it. Then at least you'd have some sort of mechanism. Or even if the SIGs were open to having some sort of you know, noise attenuation against the wall to reduce the reverberation of the sound. You really want to get fancy.
Can I have a word about this?
Of course.
So curiously, last week I was looking for a music venue in town. And it's almost impossible to find one except for this place, which was highly recommended. So and not being a decibel expert or a dBA expert, I just went in to take a look at acceptable dBA levels. What can cause hearing loss, what's good, what heavy traffic and freeway traffic and so on. My conclusion is that we can't determine what that is here. The only way to determine this is what Chef Louis said before, and that's for him to say this is acceptable or this is not acceptable. And the only way for that to happen, what I heard before from the owner, was that when he polices it, it works. And when he doesn't police it, it doesn't work. So really, the requirement is here for him to take more control over his own business and then communicate with Chef Louis to make sure that they are on board with whatever occurs. I hope the music stays personally, because it'd be nice. I've heard great sentiments about the place, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be interfering with other people's businesses. So at this point, I don't think there's a scientific way to evaluate it, to put up a sign 45 decibels, which were 60 decibels, 70 decibels, of course, is permanent hearing loss according to this evaluation on a meeting. I don't think we can do that. We have to let them make this decision and make sure that they're both comfortable with it over time.
They do sell devices that will just display, so everybody will be aware of whatever that number is. Everybody will be aware that whether you're on it or not on it.
We can figure out what's acceptable to Chef.
Yeah, that's.
Listen, we want to be good neighbors to Chef, so we'll let him determine the volume. We don't even have to determine the volume.
Exactly.
I also think we need to look at where the volume's picked up, because I even think if you put the band in a different spot and didn't angle the speakers out at the street, you could probably have louder on-prem and not impact Chef Louis' business. So I think there needs to be a level at his outdoor seating that's acceptable. And just measured at that point, whatever they want to do to squash the sound and angle the speakers, I think they can do. It's just in the at the street.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further?
Do you know how to
Shall we?
articulate a motion after
Oh,
all that?
You have to close it first.
Not it.
We have to close it first. Are we comfortable closing it?
Yes.
Okay with it.
Okay.
Close.
Anything further? Okay, this one's closed. Let's go back to my notes here. We have, after that. In just minutes, yeah, so. All right, we've, that's the last of our agenda items for tonight. Why don't we, jump back and just go through the, applications we've heard tonight, all of which have been closed. 21 Forest Street. This is for the optometrists retail and office space in the old, what was it called? Wasn't Pet Value or something? Yeah. Do I have any deliberation or comments on this one? Or do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second, John
Mr.
Chris.
Chris, John, second. Any conditions?
I don't think so. I think it's in, motion to approve based on the fact that it's in keeping with the neighborhood. That it's, there's already 3 examples in the retail zones throughout town. And, it's, and that's it.
Okay. Let's take a vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
and Tom Benton,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
This one is approved. Okay. Next one is the 2 824s. The first one being the 824 for the land swap with the First Presbyterian Church. You know, after Tiger and the team figured out the encroachment of an existing wall, they're looking to do a land swap between that little 3,000 square foot wedge down by the stone wall and a equal square footage up on the north side of the property, abutting nature center property. Do I have any deliberation or comments or questions on this one?
I'd like to move that we declare that the land swap you just described, Mr. Chairman, is consistent with our plan of conservation development. The reasons are the reasons stated in the application or by the applicant.
So it's a motion to approve.
Second.
There we go. Second, I call to a vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
Okay. The second one is the utilization of funds, town funds for the land acquisition from the land acquisition fund to assist in the New Canaan Land Trust in purchasing a portion of 1124 Valley Road from the Norwalk taxing district or 5th taxing district.
It's the first taxing
First
district of
taxing district.
Norwalk.
There we go. That's the official name. I just know them as the people that kick me out of the fishing spots. Any comments or questions on this one?
I guess I'd like to make a comment based on my question line to Tiger, and that was just the proportion of the town contribution to the absolute purchase price. I think the number was 150,000, the town's contributing to a 700 and change.
750 and change, yeah.
So I think, when you think about what we're looking to do with the funds that go into this land purchase, we're looking to kind of get the most payback for our investment. And this is a piece of property that's adjacent to, a watershed. It's adjacent to another piece of property that's also conserved. And a private body, the Land Conservation Trust is fronting, the majority of the money, the vast majority of the money. So I feel like from a model perspective, this is a nice public-private partnership that leverages our town investment against a good partnership and builds on a current investment.
I would add, Commissioner Herring, that is also the preservation of a historic house. So you get that bang for the buck too.
Do I have a motion of approval?
Why don't you do it since you're,
This is Commissioner Herring. I'll go ahead and motion that we approve this allocation because it is a wise use of our town's funds to progress goals of the POCD towards preservation of open space, town resources such as historic homes, as Commissioner Chris pointed out, And public-private partnership that seems to be fiscally conservative and appropriate.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Call to vote. Dan Radman, yes. Kristen Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
Unanimous approval. Thank you. Next one, 57 Rilling Ridge. This is the tennis court. Do I have deliberation and comments? Well, let me start off with comments. So we heard a lot of feedback from the neighbors this evening. How could we allow this to happen in this zone, and you know that it's so non-compliant with what's allowed in that zone. The tennis court is allowed in a 2-acre parcel, and it's inside of all of the setbacks except for the 150-foot condition. There's no lighting being provided. We can't dictate whether it's a hard court or soft court. We can't dictate what's going to
Noise.
be played on the court. Our purview is land use, coverage, setbacks, etc. So we just have to be cognizant of that and careful of what we're weighing in on. Then the question stands, well, could they have positioned it any differently to avoid the 150-foot issue? And I think the answer is no. Given the easements and given the position of the house, the position of the existing pool, and what land is left over, there doesn't seem to be any alternate location for a tennis court. So with that,
But I'll make the other argument,
Yeah.
which is rules are rules.
Yeah.
And we made this rule and we're enforcing it all over town. We're not trying to solve. We're not solving it all over town.
Do you want me to just briefly explain the rule?
No, I understand the rules. So I'm going to make the argument that rules are rules, that we did
don't-
decide that we
I don't
need.
think you understand the rule if you're saying rules are rules though, because it is allowed to
Yeah.
have something within 150 feet of the street. You just have to confirm that you meet special permit criteria, which you have to decide if they did. But all the time you guys approve stuff within 150 feet. I would say every meeting in the last,
we've approved probably
months.
half a dozen of these in the last 2 years.
I would say more than that.
Maybe even more than that. And it's usually because the lot is a corner lot. Whether it's a bend around a corner like this, happens to be a cul-de-sac, but it's got 2 fronts. It doesn't really have a single front. We've other conditions, like on Old Studio Road, there was a similar property that had 2 fronts. There have been many properties like that we've approved because of those types of conditions.
But again, you're not even approving it because there's a hardship like that, because this is not ZBA. As long as they're proving that they meet those special permit criterias, whether it's just because they want to put it in front of their house, regardless if it's a corner lot or not, if they meet to your satisfaction, the special permit criteria, in theory, it should be approved.
So can I ask, in that model then, where do you put in public opinion? Because you've got every neighbor saying that they're looking at the zoning rules or the setback rules as protecting their properties. So what, I think I'm missing your point. Because I think there's a
So
lot
it's
of
a-
opposition against this.
It's a balance that, it's a fine line depending on every single application. A lot of their concerns, the neighbor saying it's too close to the side and the rear setbacks. It's not from a legal perspective. If this court weren't in front of her house partially, they wouldn't be notified about this. This wouldn't be before you all, and they could put a garage there,
So you can keep making this argument, but I'm going to say it again. There is a rule against putting tennis courts in front yards.
Okay.
This is a front yard. Am I wrong? Yes or no? Am I wrong?
It is a front yard.
Thank you. That's all that's all I'm asking. I'm not talking about all the other allegations that the neighbors made. So when I say we have rules, and is that the rule? And you said it is. Is it a violation? It is. So that's why I didn't want to be stopped in the middle of what I was saying. That's my major argument, that this is a tennis court in the front yard.
I was saying yes. to
On
being
that
in the front
basis
yard.
alone, I would deny it.
Can I ask for clarification, please?
Sure.
My colleague said this already. but
No,
I
that's
wanna
okay.
Have it crystal clear in my mind before I decide which way to vote.
Yep.
What exactly are the rules here and what qualifies for a special zoning permit?
Sure. So the way our regulations work is there are three separate things. There's what you're allowed to do without a permit. There's what you're allowed to do with a permit that administratively we sign off on. And then there's what you're allowed to do with approval of the commission. Then on top of that, if you can't meet any of those three buckets, you then go to ZBA for a special permit or for a variance. They are in the category of they need permission from you all. That doesn't mean it's not allowed. It just means that they need extra permission. It needs to be looked under a greater scope. And so your job is to confirm that they meet the special permit criteria, which is outlined in section 8.2, and I can pull that up on the
You do
TV.
that. That's
Yeah.
at the heart of
But
this, I
then
think.
to Tom's point of where do we add in, neighbor opinion is you have to sift through what they're saying that is valid based on our regulations and what they may have confused or what could just be, predisposition on a neighborly side. So it's a balance, but let me pull up the regulations and I will.
If I want to pull it up on my own computer, where would I go for that? if you don't mind?
So the easiest,
It's in the zoning ordinance, section 8.2, and the pages, the page number is 186.
Well, let me get to the New Canaan zoning ordinance.
8.2.
so go to newcanaan.info and then departments,
Oh, hang on. a sec.
you got that?
I hate to belabor this, but this is really at the heart of it.
I do think it's also addressed in the application itself, so let me pull that up. Because it's a requirement.
Under under newcanaan.org, where are we going?
Newcanaan.info,
Oh,
you
data,
go to,
oh, sorry. Okay,
you go to departments, planning and zoning.
That's page 186, but when I scroll through, it comes up as 196 of 223.
No, not according to the latest version.
Oh, this is something I've saved on my drive, so it might not be the
Yeah,
latest.
she amended it.
probably
in
not the
July
latest.
early.
subcategory under planning and zoning, sorry.
What's the section?
So then on the left side, there is a column and then scroll down, it's in alphabetical order zoning regulations.
Okay.
So, Mr. Frangione in his application addressed every special permit criteria.
Okay, there we go. Page 182, did you say?
What is
Um,
the section number, Krista?
So apparently I'm looking at an older version. Dan, you have the more recent one up.
Section 8.2 is on page 201 in the PDF, or if you look at the actual PDF pages, it's 211 of 245.
Okay, that's where I'm at. Thank you. 211, 245. It's gonna be a long read.
In a gray box that takes up 2 pages. And so just for everyone who's not looking at this on their computers, I mean, there's a lot of detail here, but the criteria include suitable location for the use, appropriate improvements, suitable transportation conditions, adequate public utilities and service, environmental protection and conservation, long-term viability, and consistency with the plan of conservation and development. And those are just kind of the broad headings.
I see page 208.
It's page 208, correct?
So I mean, just from my perspective, as Dan suggested, I think we have approved a lot of things like this in my time on the commission. And I could be wrong about this, but I suspect if there were not a history between the neighbors and this property owner, that this may not have been the issue that it was tonight. And that's all speculation, which I guess is probably not worth anything. If you put all of the past history aside, this on its face to me is an approvable application. This tennis court meets, as we already said, you know, our setbacks. It meets pretty much everything. It's very standard for us to consider whether we want to allow a tennis court, a pool, or any other sort of accessory structure, recreational use within 150 feet of the road. And we've done it regularly over time. So really what I see as our challenge here is how do we allow something that we traditionally have allowed and balance that with the concerns the neighbors have brought up. And I think the biggest concern, although none of them really came out and said it tonight, is this a truthful application? Is this what we're really going to get? Is this a bait and switch situation? Because we feel like that's happened to us before. And the best way I can see for us to prevent that is to put the condition on the special permit, if we were to approve it, to say that there can be no minor or major home-based businesses on this property. They run with the land though, is that true? The special permit conditions?
Yes, so if she
So
were,
that's preventing more than just the current owner.
correct, but I mean, they have the right to come back and ask for a modification 10
Okay.
years from now, 5 years from now, 1 year
So
from
anyway,
now.
that's my thought on the best. I mean, I think there are other conditions we should or could consider if we were going to approve it, but to me, that's sort of the big one to quell the neighbors' concerns that this is not as it seems, and that there could be something else coming down the line. I'm open to other thoughts.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Cruz. I'm sympathetic to the neighbors who are afraid of the bait and switch, as Commissioner Nielsen outlines. I understand what their concern is, and I don't think their concerns are unfounded. I will state it that way. Whether the concerns are still valid is perhaps a different question. Regarding conditions, again, assuming there's an approval, I understand the issue of businesses. It was also stated by the engineer that the court could be moved, let's call it 2 feet, 3 feet away from where some of the neighbors are, closer to the dwelling. That would seem to be doable, as that way they represented it's doable, so I'll take their word for it. The engineer said so, and that may be a way to ameliorate, admittedly fairly minor way, but ameliorate the closeness. The other is, I also asked about screening. If this is approved, my own view is that the screening would have to be amped up. I would, frankly, they're asking for, what is it? 14 trees, I think. 12 spruces and 2 hollies. I'd probably maybe double it and really put a picket line around, maybe a 2-layer picket line with a statement regarding the size of the trees and installation, and that they have a mature height of some feet to provide appropriate screening, not only visual, but also sound. If you layer them in and in 2 picket lines, it tends to deaden sound fairly well. When I asked about the types of screening that's there now, I didn't really get a great answer. It was, well, they kind of have a list and that. I don't think he really knew. He seemed to be guesstimating. And the pictures were all during essentially before leaf fall. So really what it looks like, there are a lot of places in town that you can't see them at all in the summer, and you can see them very well in the winter. I think people understand that. And so that's why I would want to kick it up a notch. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
So we did drive by the street just to get an understanding. And it's a lot of deciduous trees. So you really can't see that portion of the yard from the street right now, but I would guess that in October, November, it's very visible.
I've been down the road too, and that has been my some of the trees may be blocked a bit unless you're gonna go tree to tree to tree, but my conclusion, and I did not hear the applicant dispute it, that, you know, there are a lot of deciduous trees and you're gonna get tree fall. Also, some of the coniferous trees are relatively tall, so you get essentially trunk, you don't get branches, and that makes a difference. So if you have a holly, as an example, don't want to beat this topic to death too much, you know, this may be 15 feet, they tend to be more pyramidal, they tend to have low branches, they tend to be very full, they're hard to look through. So those types of trees can be helpful, I think, in regard of screening and also deadening of sound. So
Can
that's
I-
my case.
Can I just read one very short sentence from the regulations? So under B, appropriate improvements, section 3, and I'll just read this whole sentence. The proposed use of or activity shall have no adverse effect upon neighboring area resulting from the use of signs, exposed artificial lights, colored lights of any nature, flashing lights, loudspeakers, or other noise-making devices.
Which part of that are you saying?
Well, I've just read the section as it's written.
No, I know, but which part
Well, the
caught your
last
interest
two qualifications, loudspeakers or noise-making devices.
on the tennis court?
I heard
No,
nothing
it's
about
not really a tennis court. It's a play court and it's a hard court. So if you play pickleball on that hard court, you're gonna be making noise all over the neighborhood. Or basketball or other noise-making activities.
But we're.
I hear you, but
We're
we can't.
crossing into really, really sticky territory to tell someone that and it's a play court, but for example, a basketball court within the setbacks on their own property is going to make noise, and they can't do that because they're going to make noise for the neighbor. Effectively, every resident in town has a basketball court in their driveway.
Yes, and so did
Everyone
I
would be a
when I had
noisemaker.
house.
And every one of them is a noisemaker. I mean, I've got a neighbor who's got a kid who's 12 years old and plays hockey, and all I hear until 10 PM every night is
Well,
It
you're
happens.
100% right, but I'm reading from special permit criteria
I understand.
that was written for this board.
Yep.
And has that language in it. Now, you
Understood.
can interpret it any way you want,
Understood.
but I'm just being very neutral about it and just reading what
Sure.
the criteria are.
So to add on to that, similar to what we discussed with Chef Louis, we've got noise ordinance, right? We've got noise criteria that is measurable at the property line. So we can't be in excess of a certain decibel at the property line. I understand pickleball is controversial in terms of the kind of noise and the level of noise it produces. But if someone's playing pickleball and it's meeting their noise criteria at the property line, there's nothing we can do about it.
So when I read this, it says we can approve if the application is in harmony with the purpose and the intent of these regulations. So I guess the question is, when you set the intent of being, you can't build a tennis court in the front yard, what was the reason for that? Because if the reason for that was noise, or is the reason for that aesthetics, is the reason for that because the neighbors will be impacted? Like, I'd like to know the reason for that, because what I heard from the neighbors is they're going to be impacted. And if the intent of that 150 was to protect the neighborhood, then I think it's in our discretion to say we can't approve it because there's too much opposition.
And we approve special permits all the time and put tennis courts all over the place and swimming pools. But I dare you to tell me an example where we allowed either a swimming pool or a tennis court in the front yard. I don't think
Scott,
we've
you've
done
done
that
a lot. Scott,
unless,
about 8
hold
months
on,
ago.
unless it's in the 4-acre zone or 6
acre
acres
zone.
or can't be seen by any of the neighbors. Just give me an example.
Skyview Lane. about
63-year-old studio last year.
63-year-old studio, Skyview Lane before that. Both of them were on a corner lot.
In the
Both of
front
them
yard?
In the front yard, in the same criteria.
what corner lot.
on a corner
Was there
lot.
opposition?
And what?
Was there opposition?
There was opposition.
Wait,
on
those are
Sky-
corner lots. Yes, both of those.
Yes,
Studio Road was on the curve.
it was on the curve,
I don't know if
exactly
you call
like
that a
this.
corner lot.
I don't consider this a corner lot. I mean, this is a slight
Well, it's in a
you know,
curve.
bend.
Well, if it's not a corner lot and one of the short ends on the other side of the property is considered
63-year-old
front,
studio.
this would be within the 150-foot criteria.
Dan, can I ask a question? I'm in recusal state, so can I even ask a question? No.
Gone. That's 63 Old Studio.
The old studio, not old studio, the Skyview Lane one was very similar. It was on a corner lot, but we had opposition from the neighbor because of a water course that cut through the property, that flooded the property, concerns about, outflow from the pool that was being proposed, which was within that 150-foot. We had an engineer that designed a stormwater containment system for the impervious area that was proposed. They added additional plantings. It's been installed, it's there, and it's functioning.
So I think the key, I understand the concern since, we do have the 150-foot rule in place, but
We do.
if you choose to deny it, you're going to need to rethink every single application going forward, because if you're going to, bring the hammer down on this one, you're gonna need to be stricter going forward, because it's not necessarily consistent with what's been done in the past.
And it's not uncommon for people to come to us with this type of application, so it'll be
Right.
a big change that we have to regularly reinforce if we want to switch direction.
Now, I know the neighbors are all stressing that we take into account the past history of this applicant and how they had a home business that they didn't report and all of that. We really, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we can. We have to treat
No,
this application separate of all of that history.
And I think the other thing to highlight is that as staff, we could have handled it better. We knew in 2022 that this was being operated, and we did not do much to shut it down, and we should have.
Yep.
So I think there is some mistrust from the neighbors that we're not going to do anything about it, which
Right.
isn't the case. So there is also that, if she tried to put up lights on the tennis court, we would instantly be issuing a notice of violation. If we heard that she was operating the business again, we would be, actually taking action this time.
I don't, there's a lot of general language in this 8.2 B4 that I don't think prevents us from considering the fact that there was violations of the of our rules. And part of the question would be, whether there would be further violations in the future. So certainly, if we did approve it, I would, as I've indicated, I would think that we should make clear that they can't do the major business there. And of course, if they did, maybe provide, if they did, I don't know what penalties it would be, but part of the problem is they violate it and they don't get any penalties, and so they feel like they can go ahead and violate it. But I also think that, another way of looking at it would be that, hey, there have been so many problems with this, the illegal uses here. And the approval of this could result in further illegal uses. And therefore, in view of that, we don't think that it's warranted to grant a special permit. I think either way would be within, I don't think we're legally constrained by the rule to go, we can use our judgment. And we could say that the location, size of the nature of intensity, the operations involved, the conduct in connection with the uses in harmony with the orderly development of the district. That's so broad that, that could cover almost anything going either way on this. So, I'm very concerned about what she's done, and I understand why the neighbors are upset that she was running a gym next to their houses,
I just still come back to if the intent of the regulation is to protect the community and the neighbors, this is not an easy answer. And therefore, I don't know how we approve it when there's so much opposition inside something was already defined that can't happen or shouldn't happen. If there was no opposition, I think it'd be a different story and be like a lot of the other ones.
I hear you, but I worry that the commission, neighbors are obviously very important, but we have a responsibility to uphold the regulations, and I'm not sure we are or should be the court of public opinion. And well, there are things that are raised that we can address, we should address them, but I'm not sure that, we're not an elected body. We're not here to just please everybody. We're here to make sure that we're following the rules as they're written in our zoning regulations.
Which says no tennis court in the front yard.
Without a special
Without a
permit.
special permit. which
It
is what
doesn't
they're
say
here for.
no. I think that's the clear thing. It says if you
Says-
get X.
But it doesn't mean that we're supposed to give every special
Right,
permit.
right. It doesn't mean we have to every time, but if we meet the criteria, then we have to have a good reason.
It's what it clearly says is a tennis court is, let me go to the page here. A tennis court is permitted by zoning or other permit if it's not in the 150-foot setback and it's not in the front yard.
Mhm.
But it's also permitted, a tennis court is permitted by special permit if you are inside that 150-foot line. So you can't just say it's not permitted at all.
Well,
We have the
you
discretion.
know, I think there are good arguments
have
on
the
both
discretion.
sides. So I think this is a reasonable conversation to have. But what, for me, it comes down to violating our own rules and regulations that are clearly stated in the special permit ordinance. Here, it just says clearly the proposed activity, the proposed use or activity shall have no adverse effect upon the neighbors. It just says that in black and white, and it outlines what those adverse effects are, including noise. So, and there are 4 neighbors showing up saying that it will, and I know if it's a hard court, it will. And that's what they're asking for. They're not asking anything by right. If they were, they wouldn't even ask us. They just build it by right. They're asking for a special permit here. So I think we have to follow our own rules.
So I would just like to clarify that, let's say she just wanted to build half of a basketball court for a son and it wasn't in the front
Be
yard.
fine.
I'd be, yeah,
But it's gonna
But
make.
so-
it
that'd be easy.
Noise.
It could be just as close to it could be closer to the neighbors.
Yes, absolutely,
It can
Okay.
make double the amount of noise,
absolutely.
and she'd be fine.
Okay,
Yep, she could build half that court within that 150-foot, whatever you call it, as long as it wasn't in the front yard. But you're violating the front yard and the 150-foot, and it doesn't need to be that big. And because being that big puts it in the front yard.
so
And curiously to me, they really can't play tennis on the court the way it's designed. I mean, I play tennis 2 or 3 times a week. You can't play on a court that size. And without any setbacks and without a fence that's significantly larger than the court. And as they said, 10 feet tall. So why wouldn't they not just build half the court by right?
So obviously I'm just here as an advisory, but I would caution you all that your intent is to determine if it's acceptable for it to be in the front yard, and you're trying to, just like weigh neighbor concerns, but not a single one of their concern had to do with it being in the front yard. And that's the only reason why they need special permit approval. They're concerned about the noise, but they could create the noise as of right if it weren't in the front yard.
Mhm.
So you just need to make sure that you're looking at their complaints in the context of what they are asking, which is to be located in the front yard. And I didn't hear them worried about that in particular.
But I don't think that's the correct legal, with all due respect, you're a great advisor here, and we're very appreciative of all you do here for us. But in this particular case, the regulations say that noise is a consideration as to whether the special permit should be granted. And if you located the court in a location where you had it as of right, then you wouldn't have the commission weighing that issue. So the fact that there could be noise somewhere else where they could do it as of right doesn't mean that we don't have to look at the noise issue, because our regulations say that we do have to look at the noise issue. That's one of the issues that we're supposed to look at as we read through this rule. So 8.2B4. So I don't think that it's true that just because they don't specifically say front yard, they say noise, that noise becomes irrelevant. Our regulations say that noise is one of the factors that, as been pointed out several times now, it's one of the factors that we're supposed to consider in determining whether a special permit can issue.
So
Just
I
for-
hear
just
you.
For clarification, it's A2B3.
No, I know. where
You
we're
know,
going.
just for the
Yeah.
record.
Okay, yeah.
I said the wrong.
One other point, the placement of it, if you did approve it, it doesn't have to be where it is. They have 30 feet from their pool to the court is what it looks like. So they're trying to angle for optics for them against their neighbors. So I think if you are going to approve it, the location of it should not be in its current state.
So we could deny it.
I would recommend if you want them to move the court, I would just deny it,
Yeah,
honestly, because
could
this
deny it.
isn't ZBA. We're not.
Yeah.
This is what they've proposed. You know, if we had wanted to have that conversation, you should have kept it open to have them move it, but if you don't like the location, you should just deny it.
I think
And-
we can deny it and they can move it and the neighbors won't be, and we won't have anything to say about it. There's a spot that they could move it to and it'll be like tough luck to the neighbors. They had the right to do this and they did it, so. But where it is not meet the regulations.
But to be fair to the applicant too, there is no other spot to move it to where they would be in conformance of the 150-foot rule, the front yard rule, and stay out of the easement that is on the other side of the property.
This is Commissioner Cruz. I would just note that the entire proposed sports court could be moved closer to the pool and the house, but I think for aesthetic and other reasons, they don't want to have this sports court cheek by jowl with their pool and dwelling. I think that's why it is where it is. And so it's for aesthetics and separation and noise and I don't know what all else on why they want it there as opposed to right next to the house. So I guess they're concerned about aesthetics and noise too, maybe. I understand why it can't be over the drainage easement. I get that one. That seems like a gimme.
So my final caution, and then I'm gonna stop talking, but is that if you decide to deny it, I would recommend denying it more on the basis of the business and the concern of future violations. I have concerns that if you deny it based on the 150-foot, you've just, kind of set fire to years of precedent. That's the final thing I'm gonna say, but.
I would just ask the commissioners, I mean, is this approvable if it gets shoved over a couple feet towards the pool and a substantial natural picket line of trees? And the two they're choosing, I think, are fairly decent choices. They're indigenous trees that are that are like 20, 30 feet tall, have a wide spread, are very thick. So I think my sense is they're going to do the job. But if you double up that, does that ameliorate some of these concerns to such an extent that we can get behind it? So I just want to propose that. Is that a solution or not? I just posed to my fellow commissioners.
Well, to your point, that is 8.2.3.E in granting the special permit E.2. The commission may impose additional requirements, conditions, and safeguards as a prerequisite to the issuance of the zoning permit by the zoning inspector if it shall be found necessary in order that the spirit of these regulations may be observed, public safety and welfare secured, or substantial justice done.
My point exactly, Mr. Chairman, is that, does this do that?
I mean, I think it does, Mr. Chris, but I'm not sure the neighbors, I don't, if we're trying to appease the neighbors, I'm not sure that's gonna make them any happier than what's currently proposed.
I would concur, Commissioner. I think they have a pretty high bar in what's they're gonna put up with. Their bar is just don't do it. I'm not sure they're gonna get off that point necessarily, is my sense of the vibe.
Right.
Yeah.
They've really got their feathers ruffled over the years, was my take on it. But I'm considerate of the points that our zoning officer makes and other commissioners, that, you know, there may be a way to somewhat split the difference, which is why moving it somewhat and putting up a more aggressive screening might help. I think it will help. Does it help enough is a question for us all to consider.
I'm just not sure we can make those conditions at this point. We should have kept it open and had that conversation with the applicant about relocation.
Well, we asked about, I don't know who asked about relocation, but the
Section, just-
engineer, and I assume he knows what he's talking about, said we could probably move it a couple feet, said 2-3 feet. Because he has the Deltec system and he's not sure about soils and so forth, but okay, I'll take him at his word that it's movable 3 feet. He didn't say no, let me put it that way, and he had a chance to say no. And putting additional screening up is not that challenging, okay? You buy more trees, you make sure that the proper height, and you install them professionally and water them and fertilize them, and problem gets solved. So we're not splitting atoms here necessarily. These are fairly doable conditions in my view. Are they adequate to deal with some of the concerns commissioners have expressed? Again, that's a decision for the full commission, but I think it's worth considering that. So
they are doable conditions. But they don't address what the neighbors are concerned with. They don't address what the ordinance is concerned with. You move this thing 2, 3, 4, 5 feet and put up more trees, the noise will not change. If they're not, the visuals are not the issue here, at least for the ordinance, the permit, or the neighbors. I would love to see those trees there, even if they don't build it. But it's not the solution here, I'm sorry to say.
that's a view.
Does everyone at this point, do they know how they're going to vote? Are there people still on the fence? Because if people's minds are made up, maybe it's time to stop the conversation.
Does
How about
anybody
this?
wanna make a
I'm gonna
motion?
make a motion and then we can vote this up or down. Okay, so I think it's time to fish or cut bait. I move we approve it and state with as conditions that the sports court and everything else move 3 feet to the west from the current location. And that the current plantings, which are planned to be white spruce and American holly, which I think are very good choices, 12 spruce and 2 hollies, that we double this, and I would double it as 14 spruce and 14 holly. And in a picket line surrounding the with the north, east, and south of the sports court. The west is really towards the house and so forth, so that's really up to them. In a with an installed height of per tree of at least 6 feet, to be sure it's not some sapling. And with the spacings and so forth to be the decision of the zoning officer. That is my motion.
Anything about the business?
Yes.
And the business, that there be what Commissioner Nielsen used some commentary. What was that? I want to be sure I get the
Major,
wording down.
minor, home-based business. I don't know if that's,
I would do major because minor is allowed by a zoning permit.
so no major home-based business.
Well, I think most everyone has a minor homemade business with their computer at home, so let's not.
It'll be called major home occupation because that's what is in the regulations.
As with the condition as Commissioner Nielsen stated, on prohibition against major home-based business. So that is my motion.
We should also include no illumination. of the
Yes,
court.
thank you.
So you need a special permit for that, so she would have to come back to do that anyway. So I think
We
that's
can't just
redundant.
add it,
I mean, we can, it's just,
knowing the history of this
That's fine.
applicant.
yeah, that's fine.
And
So no illumination.
the only other question I would have is anything about the shed? There was some conversation about moving the
Yes.
shed that may or may not be in a.
I
place-
think the neighbors brought that up because I think they thought it was grounds for denial having that. I mean, you could move the shed. No one had complained about the shed before.
Okay, I don't have a
so I
strong
don't know.
opinion. I just noted that as something that.
Well, if it is, the shed is a violation, I would just suggest that our zoning officer should decide her discretion to look into it and to take action as appropriate.
So I will just say, I'm sure there are a lot of them in town, so
There probably
we
are.
don't typically.
I'm not too exercised about the shed.
Yeah.
So I would add in my motion that there'd be a prohibition against lighting. So,
Do we also add a stipulation in there that any activities on this sports court are to comply with the noise regulations of the town?
So I have
That's
no
an assumed
authority.
thing, but
I have no authority to enforce the noise ordinance, so I think conditioning that they comply with the noise ordinance is a little redundant in
who does?
the police.
yeah. So,
If there's a motion to approve you put there, are we able to put a motion to
You
deny
vote-
it right now?
you would vote, you would vote against the approval
Yeah.
if you
Which
wish
would
to
then deny the application.
Right.
So if,
But I would just like to, again, on this noise point, I don't want to get too bogged down on it, but if there's a condition, like suppose we put a condition on this other one that we're about to discuss next about noise, and then they don't comply with the condition,
it's difficult to enforce, which I was going to.
I
talk
would,
about
I
the
would
next one.
still think that it would be within your authority to, you're not enforcing the noise ordinance, you're enforcing the condition that we're placing on the application
Yes,
approval. So therefore, if it's a condition, you do have, I would think you do have a authority to act on complying with the condition.
I do, but it's just difficult.
Difficult.
And, we have a lot of applications that were approved years ago that have difficult conditions, and then
Right.
the public gets upset that we're not enforcing them properly. So I just want to make sure that we're approving, enforceable conditions.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any other conditions or comments?
She seconded, so I would.
So if
just do
this
the vote.
fails, that's it, or can will
No,
you make
this fails,
another
there's a
motion?
Second, yeah, we keep going until we have either an approval or denial. Like gets voted by enough people to be sustained.
So you need 5 yeses for a motion to
Right, and it-
carry. So if,
All right,
if
let's
you-
just see what happens with this one. So,
it's 5 yeses for approval.
yes,
Okay, so it's been, no, that's over to you, Mr. Chairman.
And on this one, is it Art and Chris are both abstaining?
oh, so then it's just majority of how many people are seated. Are there still 9 seated?
No,
Oh,
it would be 7.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
You
6,
need 4
7.
out of
Then you
the
need
7
4
people.
And we
Four
need 4
yeses.
yeses.
on a motion.
Okay. So the motion is for approval with conditions as stipulated. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes,
John Engel,
No,
Paul Knag,
No.
Tom Benton,
No,
Alan Swerdlow.
No,
Motion's denied.
so do you need another
We
motion?
need,
or is it
we need
over?
a motion for denial
Motion for denial.
or an alternate.
So I
Or
make a
an
motion
alternate
for denial.
approval.
Could you just state the reasons for the
Uh,
record?
Motion for denial based on the fact that it's a tennis court in the front yard. Period.
Second,
I have a
Second.
question. This is denial without prejudice, so they can come back and apply for. under the
So we
amended-
have in our regulations that if an application's denied, we don't have to hear it for a year. So they could bring it forward, and then, if
Bring it
enough
back. I'm
people
not making it with
vote,
that,
say,
with
okay.
prejudice.
Sorry, I apologize.
do you have a second?
second.
Okay.
I suggest an amendment to your motion that it's in the front yard and we believe that based on all the facts, the conditions under 8.2.B4 of the special permit criteria have not been met. Do you accept it? Would you be willing to accept that amendment to your motion?
Excuse me, isn't it B3? On mine, it's B3.
You know, it's B4, B3. It's 8.2.B.4. B. Point.
Well, this is a different,
Right.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
Motion to deny based on the fact that it's a tennis court in the front yard and the criteria for a special permit have not been met.
I second.
Okay. Call to vote. Dan Radman, no. Krista Nielsen,
No.
John Chris,
No.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
The application is denied. Okay. Move on to the next one. 72 Park Street. White Buffalo. Do I have any deliberation or comments?
Are they, so just trying to organize my thoughts here. So we have a consideration for safety that's going to be, and we're going to get some help from the police commission, where you've got a consideration of noise. And is that it?
Well, actually, I
And
would,
frequency.
And frequency came up. Okay.
Frequency,
And we can,
because the
so we can
original-
discuss. So those are the three things that we're
That's correct.
concerning ourselves with.
That's correct.
well, I would say that the police commission and the fire marshal would need to look at any barriers as far as placement and design to ensure public safety and fluid traffic flow from the parking that's under the building. And they
if
would
any.
need to sign off to make the approval valid.
If any, I don't know that we would introduce language like barriers
Yeah.
because that's not
Okay.
what we do. We would just say, subject to their approval and design.
Their approval, and they may ask for them and we'll leave it to their discretion.
Just realize they've already got approval to use that alley and courtyard for dining, for customers, for circulation. We're just asking for a relook by the police department to help correct any kind of traffic flow issues that might exist for people using the garage in the back. That's all.
I don't think that the world regards that as a street or a crosswalk.
It's
or
an alley.
anything.
It's an alley that people drive on, and we heard from one of the users that, you know, there can be some issues, so we want to ensure that.
So noise, frequency, and approval of those safety commissions.
I think the key is that they're not driving in and out. I think you can fit 3 cars back there, so it's more just the ability that those people can leave when they're ready to leave.
The fourth criteria is enforceability. Whatever we decide, you have to be comfortable with that. You know, that we have a mechanism to enforce it, or we're abdicating that responsibility. I mean,
So it's just, you know, with noise, like my concern about assigning a specific number is, I mean, like we could easily purchase a thing, you know, you said on Amazon we could buy one, but I'm not in New Canaan at 6 p.m. on a Friday night. So, you know, we're at the,
You're missing all the fun.
right.
so we're at the, you know, discussion of who, Chef Louis, White Buffalo, the
No, but I-
police to make sure that they're,
I believe if they post publicly able to be seen, you know, one of these devices that shows what's the decibel, and we've set a number, it's going to be obvious to everybody. And the owners aren't going to be there policing this. You're not going to be there policing this. You know, it's just going to be, that's the standard. And if they violate it repeatedly, it's going to be obvious to everybody. And people are gonna say, you know, that's it, you can't do this anymore.
I guess,
I think
I
that's
think that's-
practically how it's.
how
gonna
do we,
happen.
I think that's overkill.
Yeah,
I don't think that's practical at all. I don't think anyone's going to enforce that. I think you're gonna have, if you put up a noise meter in there, people are gonna be staring at it going, yeah, so what? I think this is a neighborly agreement and it's a carrot and stick thing, right? We allow them to continue having two events per week until October 1st of this year. And at that point, we reevaluate and get input from Chef Louis or from whoever neighbors are. Has the noise level been
Is it
addressed?
working?
And is it working? And if it is, then we renew that application for additional
We allowed to
for
do
the
that?
next season.
we could
Oh,
temporarily.
I like that.
approve it.
I didn't know that we had that
Yeah,
option.
we do.
That was the essence of my question earlier. I think that the notion of approving this on a trial basis makes a ton of sense.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah, we're talking about 9 additional weekends. Let them have their 2 events or however many, 2 or 1 or rain dependent events per weekend. Let's see if it all works in terms of noise levels and then reevaluate after that.
A point of clarification, I'm on their website right now. They're only planning one event per weekend
Which is fine.
on a Saturday and an occasional Thursday or Friday, but mostly just on Saturday. I think what you said is extremely reasonable, and that's the way to move forward. To let them handle this between themselves until the end of the season,
Mhm.
and then to come back and either make it permanent or not.
Yeah.
Do we want to restrict this to a Friday and Saturday or Saturday? So it's not a Wednesday or anything?
I mean, I would assume, Chef Louis might not be as busy on a Wednesday as he is on a Friday. So if they want to have a Wednesday event, it may shake out better.
Yeah.
If they can get people downtown on a Wednesday night, more power to them.
Okay.
Exactly.
Hard
Fair
enough.
enough.
You have to realize, let's be honest, they're sharing the same customers, right? Someone's having a drink, then going to eat, coming to have a drink. It's cross pollination.
Yeah, it's cross
just-
shopping.
It's cross shopping. We
Cross
just,
shopping.
we just want to create an environment where they're all happy.
Is there a way to add into your motion, though? So the ownership is not all placed on Chef Louis to have to complain. Because I think he's already said, I'm ready to get up and move,
Mhm.
right? So if you leave it up to neighborly relations, he's already tipped his hand to say, I value the friendship more than the restaurant, I'm gonna move. Then the next person's gonna go in there and have an issue. So how do you balance it so there's some accountability? It's equal accountability on both sides.
Well, creating an amicable environment on the sound level is up to the 2 neighbors, right? Reporting it back could be as simple as a phone call to Chef Louis every 2nd or 3rd week saying, how's it going?
We're each
Nothing
gonna
more
have to
than
go
that.
down there when the live music is
I'll
going.
volunteer to be there,
And
I'll
and
be
listen,
there as well.
we're gonna all have to go down there more often.
Get a quorum, it'll be a public meeting.
See for
That's true.
ourselves.
Not if we're at different tables.
Well, why can't we schedule our next public meeting there?
Yeah.
Be more fun.
I like the 9-week and it's not all on Chef Louis. We'll all go down there and it'll be obvious to us if it's obnoxious to the neighborhood, which is what we're trying. It's not just Chef Louis. There are people who live only, a few, 100 yards away.
Mhm.
And I mean, I'm happy to check in a couple weeks with Chef Louis to make sure everything's running. Okay, so it's not like, we don't need some official condition as far as that goes. Like I will do that.
I mean, it's really going to be up to the applicant to just enforce it. And make sure it happens. Whoever happens to be on shift that night.
You ready to
Okay.
make a motion?
Yeah. Do we have a motion? For approval or denial?
I move to approve the application, but only through October 1,
Mhm.
2023.
Mhm.
At which time the applicant should return and present evidence as to whether there have been sufficient mitigation of the decibel level to satisfy the neighborhood, and also conditioned on obtaining approvals from the police department.
Mhm.
And the fire, did you want to include the fire department?
I think it's police that.
Fire
was-
So it's the police commission and the fire marshal.
The police commission and the fire marshal. As to issues relating to traffic.
Agreed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Chris Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton.
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
One's approved. Thank you, gentlemen. 36 Luke's Wood Road, annual benefit auction items.
Yeah, so this has been going on since 2017. They skipped it in 2020 and 2021. Grace Farms does an annual benefit for the foundation and they auction off experiences. They are within the parameters of the special permit to not count as one of their events that has to be reported. But this is just, you know, as required by the special permit approval from you all that these auction items are acceptable.
What do you need? A motion to approve?
Yes.
What is these, are these same auction items they've done in the past?
Yeah, so they're identical to last year, except there are an additional 4 items. It's not anything different, it's just they've added an additional amount. But again, if assuming that they're not hosting them all at once, which my understanding is that's not the case, they're not doing anything that
They're
would.
not hosting all of the prize items at once.
Yes, yes. So it doesn't trigger any sort of threshold to count as a
Yeah.
type A, type B event.
Yep.
Which event did they add?
So they added
Yeah.
a private dinner ×4, which has been an item in the past. It's just if you tally up what they offered as auction items last year, there are 4 more than there were last year.
This is Commissioner Chris. Sarah Carey, what do you think about the letter from David Marquetos?
So I mean, it's similar to a letter that was received last year by another neighbor. I've read through the special permit and the conditions that he highlighted. As with all things with Grace Farms, you know, in the last 5 years, they're interpreting it differently than we are.
So if I understand you correctly, Ms. Carey, the objections from Mr. Marquetos, as stated in his note of the 24th of July to you, you do not support his interpretation.
Correct. I think they are in compliance with what they're asking.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Call to vote. Dan Radman, yes. Kristen Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
That one's approved. We have approval of meeting minutes from the June 7th meeting, which was a special meeting, and the June 27th regular meeting. Did everyone have a chance to look through those, and do you have any comments or changes? That's a no. Can I call to vote on both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So call to vote on approving both of these meeting minutes. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Kristen Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris.
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow.
Yes.
This meeting-
Actually, I need to go back. The June 7th meeting I was not at. The 27th I was.
Got it.
Thank you.
Got that?
Yep.
Yep. Great, we're adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Let me stop the recording.
Managed to stretch it out.
Everyone wants me to go into small.
I thought this would be a short one.
Yeah.
Eh.
I thought it was gonna be shorter. I didn't think short.
I